Alright, good morning everyone. I think I have finished setting up. Hey Stu, how's it going? Get the camera adjusted just a touch. Alright, first goal for stream today is want to finish up the campaign with my ranger. Good, how are you? I am still figuring that out a little bit. Wings. Maybe we do the Raven Wings on this character. Yeah, I'm still kind of figuring out how I'm doing this morning. I have been having a bit of a hard time mornings the last couple of days, and I am out of ADHD meds and waiting for a refill, which, like, I'm trying to figure out how much of this, like, of stuff that I'm dealing with has to do with that, how much has to do with other factors, like the celiac disease and stuff. Sounds like a lot, yeah. Like, mood-wise, I'm doing pretty well, and that's one of the big things for me, is, like, sometimes with celiac disease, I end up antisocial and depressed and other things, and I essentially, like, just don't feel like myself. And for me, that's, like, the hardest part. Those are the worst symptoms, is when I don't feel like me. So, at least I'm not dealing with that at the moment. But I'm noticing some other symptoms that leave me a little worried, but we'll have to see. In here? It was back in the prior sound. Oh well. Yeah, mostly just like I got more sleep than usual last night. I'm still exhausted. And I feeling like some more joint pain and stuff than usual. I don't know, we'll have to see how it goes. I'm kind of playing it by ear today. Glad to hear you're doing well, though. I know the other day you said you were debating between, oh, I forget exactly what it is. There was some technical thing you were working on. Oh, one sec. Something to do with, like, some sort of, like, display technology or adapter or something. Changing my display server and window manager. Is that something you ended up doing, or you decide to not worry about that? Just waiting for the week to be over. I can completely understand that sentiment. Where my wife is at right now. Been a bit of a long week for her, and she's ready for the weekend. Decided to put it off until after work tomorrow. That way it's going into the weekend instead of adding weekday stress. That's smart. Don't know why I'm picking things up. I really don't need much that the campaign could give me. So what's driving the change in display server and window manager? Is there like some sort of problem or need it's addressing, or is it just a for fun or out of curiosity project? Mostly just a fun experimentation. Okay. I have my share of those sorts of projects. Probably, like, I have a bunch of those things I want to work on, but for me, I'm pretty focused right now. And not saying that this should be you too or anything, but like, right now with the League start, I'm like all in on Path of Exile for a little bit. And I figure after a couple weeks, once I like get a few more of my goals figured out, I'll probably get back to some of those projects now and again. But there's some stream improvements I'm wanting to work on. There's the tool that I'm wanting to create for the game. Even within the League, there are things. Hey Reader, how are you doing? Good morning. Honestly, I should have done this a while ago. But, X11 slowly being dropped in favor of Wayland. I wanted to try out a tiling window manager for the first time ever, so I decided to just do it all at once. Nice. How am I? I was talking a little bit with Stu about this. I've been a little bit better. Been dealing with some symptoms and trying to figure out, like, what to blame them on. I said I've been better. Better would be better, yes. But like, I am not dealing with sorry, misheard. Yeah, not a problem. I'm not dealing with some of like the worst of the symptoms. For me, like the hardest symptoms are when I end up dealing with like becoming like antisocial or depressed or whatever, and end up not feeling like myself. And at least for now, I think I'm like not dealing with that. I'm feeling like me. I'm like looking forward to chatting, interacting with people, and am feeling fine mentally. But dealing with physical symptoms that leave me not feeling my best and leave me worried about, okay, well, can this turn into some mental health symptoms that sometimes will manifest alongside those, or will come later. So I don't know, we'll have to see. I'm keeping an eye on things, playing it by ear. Definitely will be interesting figuring out tiling with gaming, but should be fun. Yeah, it sounds like a fun project.
Hello to you, great dreamer. We have woven.
Okay, so I got the map. Activate the map device. I'm too optimistic. Oof, never any fun, yeah. Hopefully you get on the mend. Yeah, it's like the hardest part for me with all this is the like the unpredictability and not knowing. I mean, aside from like the really bad days where, as I mentioned, I like dealing with some of the like bad mental health symptoms or the really bad brain fog or antisocialness, like that side of things pretty bad too. But aside from that, if we're just talking like physical symptoms, the joint pain, the difficulty sleeping, the muscle aches, handful of other things, cold hands and feet, neuropathy, whatever else, you name it, there's a laundry list. But like, when it's mostly those sorts of symptoms, the hardest part for me isn't the symptoms itself, but how unpredictable it all is and how hard it is to draw conclusions. Because like I'm dealing with some symptoms right now. What caused it? I've been dealing with some symptoms over the last couple of weeks. Like at League Start, I was dealing with some pretty bad, some of the mental health symptoms and stuff too. And after like a gluten exposure or something, I can get symptoms for up to about 2-ish weeks, which this could maybe just be the tail end of those. Hey, Orange. Or I was feeling like I was on the mend and feeling significantly better the last couple of days. So was I actually like getting better the last couple of days, and this was a sign of like some sort of new exposure or problem? Or like, is this caused by a change in diet, something I ate recently? Is this poor sleep? Or in this case, I'm out of my ADHD medicine. Is that factoring into some of this? And it's just so hard to tell. Super overslept today, just woke up at noon. Nice. Hopefully you didn't have any like morning responsibilities or problems, but every once in a while I think a good oversleep is just feels good. Like if it's not a problem for some other reason, like every once in a while it's just like a good form of self-indulgent self-care a little bit. At least for me. I'm not one who's like really, really big on sleep. Like I often struggle with sleep and probably don't give myself enough. But every once in a while, I do get a day or two where I just get much more than usual, and usually I end up feeling better in the long run for it. Hopefully you get on the mend. Thank you, Reader. Sending all the healthy vibes. You got all the PoE to play. Yeah. How's your league been going? Trying to remember what it was, but you guys were saving up for something when I was watching stream a couple days back. Guys were saying you weren't doing League Mechanic until like there was some sort of threshold or something you guys were looking to get monetarily to afford like a certain upgrade first. Boys are saving for Profane in a Bloom bottle. All right. Yeah, right now I'm working on leveling my second character of the league, and this is going to be getting into Magic Find, hopefully fairly quick here. But might look familiar to a league start you're familiar with. Doing Lightning Arrow with the intent to in the long run I'll be doing Lightning Arrow as well. Just popping in to let you know I'm taking a break from Twitch. I'll only be modding for people I mod for a while. I've really had a rough time lately and I need to get my head on straight, so I hope I'll see you again soon. Alright, Simmer. I definitely am very supportive and encouraging of taking care of your health. Put yourself first. Hope you get better soon. Feel free to DM me on Discord or whatever if you're like wanting to talk or anything, or if there's anything I can do. I do care and hope you get feeling better soon. Health stuff sucks. I was talking about that a little earlier on stream today and dealing with some of my own health stuff, and I can sympathize. Yeah, get well soon. Take whatever time you need, obviously. Need a bow upgrade, but trying to get more money so I don't have to buy another one later. Nice. Are you liking Lightning Arrow? So far it's felt really smooth through the campaign. This is with Twink leveling gear, which obviously helps make a big difference. I'll make sure I at least let y'all know I'm okay. Alright. Sending all the love your way, Summer. Hope you get feeling better soon. And appreciate you letting me know as well. But yeah, Lightning Arrow's been feeling really good so far. In the long run, this is going to be still a Lightning Arrow build, but it's going to be the Mana Forged arrows with I'll be doing a 6-link Lightning Arrow, which will be triggering another 6-link that has Lightning Arrow, Burning Arrow, and Ice Shot, and triggering another 4-link, which will have Coal and Power Charge on Crit, I think is what it was. And the idea is that having the Lightning Arrow, Burning Arrow, Ice Shot all triggered off of my regular attacks will be inflicting all of the elemental ailments on enemies, so that I can get a lot of benefit out of Trinity support. And also, so I can get some survivability, because it's going to be a Magic Find build, which, picking up a whole lot of Magic Find, like, I need to keep damage and I need to keep move speed, because if I have the Magic Find to get like twice as much loot, but I kill things half as fast, like, that completely defeats the purpose. Or if I'm not fast enough to keep up with my damage, the Magic Find, like, isn't as helpful. So, like, Magic Find builds need to cut corners somewhere. And on Trade League, often the area where they compromise is on budget. They can still get most of everything they need to, but it's really expensive. On Group Self-Find, I can only compromise on budget so much. Like, I can get, like, some of the same gear, but, like, I can't just be like, oh, let's get a perfectly rolled version of this, necessarily. So the only other thing that really makes sense to compromise on is survivability. So the build's not going to have a whole lot of effective health, or defensive layers, and so being able to kill things quickly will be an important part of my defenses, but also the ability to chill things will be important. Chill and freeze for slowing things down so I don't just get, like, absolutely annihilated like we're seeing here. Some of this is just I'm in campaign and have invested nothing in Chaos Resist. But yeah, it's looking to be a hopefully pretty promising build. Probably be invested in one of these. But yeah, it's looking like it should be pretty fun. I'm excited to see the build come together and feel how it is in practice, but there's a few things that I need to get before we can go, like, start going truly magic find with it. One of the other things with the build is it's going to be using a timeless jewel from Legion, which has a node that I'm trying to remember what it's called. Name keeps slipping my mind. But there's a notable you can get which makes it so that you don't have any attribute requirements. So I could have like 50 strength and use an item that requires like 200 strength. Or use a gem that requires like 100 strength or something like that. But the downside is that my attributes don't give me the benefits that they usually would. So usually when you get more strength, like each bit of strength you get gives you a little bit more life. And each bit of each bit of dexterity you get gives you a little bit more evasion. So I'd no longer get those benefits. Did I get all the fireflies? I think so. Yeah. Double check a little bit of this just to be sure, because I don't want to have to come back. I think I saw a pop-up for it. Yeah, we're good. But this league, that notable that makes it so that I don't have to deal with attribute requirements on things seems really, really strong. It was used on this build even in Crucible, which was when Snoobe, another creator, made the build. Because it just makes a lot of sense for a magic find build that's using a variety of unique items with high attribute requirements. However, this league, that means I don't care about any of the pathing nodes on the passive tree which gives attributes. I could turn as many of those into tattoos as I want with actually no downside. I don't need the attributes for requirements on anything, and I don't need, I don't get any like benefits from them anyways. So they're all just essentially dead nodes for me anyways, might as well tattoo them. Which I'm excited to load up on tattoos. Yeah, it looks like it should be real fun. And even if you aren't going magic find, like, if you end up wanting to pivot into that sort of build, because you were saying, sounds amazing earlier, like, if you are on a ranger, which I believe you are, from what I've understood of your build, like, you don't need to go magic find to be able to use that sort of setup. And it seems really good from a damage perspective, regardless of the Maniforged arrows. Stu, if you're still around and don't mind me asking, it sounds like you've been pretty busy lately. Is work being busier than normal or demanding more attention or something recently? You're mentioning like weekday stress and such. I don't know if there's just been more going on than usual. Hopefully it's not been too much. I always hate when I get like overwhelmed with a whole bunch of stressors. Sorry I stepped away for work, but I'm back for a moment. Yeah, no problem. I was really just rambling on some of what we were talking about with the build. But I was saying, you mentioned that sounds amazing, to be honest, and if you're on a Ranger, it would probably be pretty easy if you ever decided to respec into the sort of build I was describing, if that sounds of interest to you. The damage seems really, really good, and there's no reason that build archetype like has to be paired with Magic Find. Hey, Candy! Yep, you Pewee, absolutely. I was thinking about that because it sounds pretty cool. Yeah, and on trade, like, it wouldn't have to be paired with Magic Find, but if you wanted to pair it with Magic Find, like, there's no reason you couldn't pick up a little bit of Magic Find with it too, if that were something you were wanting to try out. I could get you a link to the build in a moment. Let's see here. My inner loot goblin says yes to Magic Find. Alright. So the original build is this one. And this is on the Crucible passive tree 3.21. Converting it, I don't think really made any difference, except that the build had Anointed Vengeance Cascade, which you wouldn't want now because it's bad now. However, the original build was pushing over 20 million full DPS. And the original build like requires some very specific pieces. A massive Thread of Hope, a very specific Elegant Hubris, a very specific Sublime Vision, like that sort of thing, which would probably be pretty expensive, even on trade. However, first let me get a link to this. However, you can drop some of those things and the damage goes down, but it's still very good. And I've made some adjustments for making it a little bit more like SSF group self-find viable, and updated it for the current league. And I will note that this next one is a very like rough draft. I don't have like jewels and several sockets. I haven't like figured out a specific Elegant Hubris or a few other things. But like there's room to improve. Like there's still a lot of room to improve on this, I guess, is the takeaway. I was mainly just taking out the pieces that I thought were maybe a little less realistic to plan around and making sure that it still worked. And taking out all of those things, keep in mind I'm still like missing jewels, I'm missing some power I could potentially get from the Elegant Hubris, I'm missing like a handful of other things, and this is with a very high investment in Magic Find. This is still showing like 9 mil DPS, full DPS. That is with a weapon that's probably a bit better than I'll likely get in group self-find, but we'll see. But that's with a very, very large investment in Magic Find. If you were wanting to, like, on trade, push a little bit more damage, a little less Magic Find, there are absolutely things you can do to do that. You could take away some of these uniques that give you Magic Find, and can put in things that help with damage or survivability instead. I will note that, as it stands, this version of the build, as I was mentioning earlier, Magic Find builds have to make sacrifices somewhere. Either on budget or on survivability is typically the next thing to go. And so the effective hit pool, especially against physical damage, is not good. But if you're on softcore, like, occasionally you die, who cares? And the idea is, if you're doing enough damage over a wide enough area of the screen, things shouldn't be killing you anyways most of the time. You should be killing things before they kill you. But yeah, there's a lot of options here. So if you're wanting to go more like DPS, well, first of all, you could get like good jewels socketed in here. But this Elegant Hubris, sorry, cat hair or something floating around. Right now, the only thing I'm planning on from the Elegant Hubris is Supreme Ostentation. I'm spec'd into this wheel to get the Leech Mastery, but I'm not planning on this. Meds reminder, I have taken meds, thank you, Candy. Hope you're doing well, Candy. I know it's just about midnight for you, right? You had a good day? Also, when do you start the new job? Have you started that already, Candy? But yeah, I've like spec'd into this wheel to get the Leech Mastery, but Discerning Taste is just a rarity of items found with this Elegant Hubris, and I'm just planning on like not necessarily getting the rarity here. We'll just see what Elegant Hubris I get that has Supreme Ostentation and see what I can work with. But Supreme Ostentation has ignore attribute requirements and gain no inherent bonuses from attributes, which is really, really good this league. It's good for Magic Find and good for like this build in general, so I can use things like high strength requirement armor without needing to get that strength. But it's also really good this league because this means I don't need to get attributes for gear or gems. And the downside is gain no inherent bonuses from attributes, so I don't get life for my strength or evasion for my dexterity. But that means that all of these attribute nodes are essentially dead for me. I don't care about them. So I can replace every single one of those with a tattoo. Which for this league is like super exciting. Like, I want to see how many tattoos I can load up on. And so there's also a lot of room with this build to get power from that. And like the tattoos that you add. See, now I need to go get some tattoos, yeah. And a lot of the, like, especially the less expensive tattoos on trade, it probably just makes sense to buy. They aren't overly expensive, many of them. And just getting a handful that you can spam would be pretty cheap and would go a long way. Tomorrow they will receive my profile? Awesome! Well, I hope you end up liking the new job, Candy. We'll have to join SSF just so you can teach me the league thing. Yeah, I'd be totally down. We could do some duo league mechanic at some point. But I think I gave you, yes, I gave you both links to the build guides. But yeah, there's still some room for improvement here, and if you end up going this route, let me know. and I can, as I figure out what improvements I make to the build, I can let you know and point you to a better copy of the build. I'm pulling up my leveling tree again. But yeah, I've really been enjoying, the League mechanic is much more enjoyable multiplayer. And much faster multiplayer for, I think, a lot of builds. But at least for my build, my Righteous Fire build, I would not want to do League mechanics solo. So if you end up joining the private league and wanting to duo some League mechanic, I'd be 100% down. And we definitely have some uniques to try to hunt from League mechanic too. So I will have plenty of reason to be running it. If those are any good. Nope. Okay, so I am still res capped for the moment, aside from chaos. Bunch of points to spend. I think I'm on to the next tree now, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Act 6 to 10 adds a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, so there's a small respec here. Respec goes this way and refunds this. Hey Dime, how's it going? And then from here, I'm going left and grabbing a bunch of stuff here. Bricked Maven took that as the incentive to start leveling. Barring that, all good. Aw, man. I'm sorry to hear that. But glad you're doing well overall. I'm working on trying to convert Reader over to group self-find instead of trade. I'm not up to that just yet. I say as if she wasn't the one who brought up the suggestion. Yeah, Reader and Reader's another small streamer. She regularly streams with a couple other friends of the channel, Snowy and Suckerman. And last league, for the second half of Crucible, Numbers and I were running a private league for a unique collection that Reader, Snowy, and Suckerman joined in on. And I think from what I understand, that the plan might be, at least for a couple of them, after doing some trade at the start of the league, that they were potentially planning on joining late. So I'm mostly teasing about the whole converting to private league thing, because I think that was probably the plan from the get-go, from what I understand. And definitely correct me if I'm wrong, Reader, if you're still around. I know you're working, you might have gotten pulled away. Not meaning to put words in your mouth and be like, you promised to play the private league. Because I am definitely not holding you to any of that. Don't think there were any promises made, that was just the impression I got. But yeah, group self-find is my favorite way to play the game. I'll play SSF if I don't have people to play with in like a group self-find environment. But man, group self-find is like much more fun for me. For a bunch of reasons. It's nice it softens the RNG of SSF a little bit, and I don't have to like do everything myself. The idea of like in pure SSF, like needing to like do constant massive tree respecs to like focus and grind out like one mechanic until I find a unique I need for my build, and then swap and grind another until I get my cluster jewel, and then swap and grind another until I get this and that. Like, doing that constantly is a lot of time and work, and I don't mind doing it, but there's something to, like, even just playing with, like, one friend and being able to say, okay, well, I don't like Heist, you don't mind Heist, oh, alright, you're our Heist runner. You don't like this mechanic, I don't mind it, I'll do that one. And like kind of dividing things up that way. Or I've got right side of the Atlas tree, you've got left, and that way we avoid the biggest, most expensive respecs. Yeah, I agree for similar reasons. I like bossing, but it takes way too long to farm large amounts of it in pure SSF. Yep, exactly. Stuff like that. And also, like, different builds have different strengths and weaknesses. So you might maybe like have a league starter that can do content, but eventually your plan might be to do something that really emphasizes bossing. And having a friend who's playing a build that isn't a dedicated bosser means that they could still continue to work on certain things that your build's not good at, but meanwhile, like, maybe their build's not great at bossing, and so you carry them through some of their Atlas progression. And like that give and take feels so good to me. And also, I think like it makes loot feel a little more rewarding too. Because I'm no longer looking for drops just for me. I'm looking for drops for the group as a whole. And so, like, I don't reach a point where I'm like, okay, well, I guess I never need to pick up boots again. It's a, okay, well, I have really solid boots, but I could still find an upgrade for player A or player B in the league. And so, like, there's a wider variety of, like, possible hits, things that, like, feel good to get as drops. You're like, oh, someone will like this, and you feel good for it having dropped, even though it's not directly useful for you. The new TotA loop feels really good. Awesome! I saw a patch, haven't actually read up on it just yet, but maybe after I get this character to maps, I will need to try some TotA. It's also nice currency having the intended meaning as well. Slamming a good jewel with an X, because what else would you use it on is great. Yes, absolutely. That is one of the biggest things for me. Like, a lot of the other stuff I was describing is kind of secondary. What originally got me into both SSF and group self-find, and that's also part of the reason I didn't bring up the crafting side of it, is I was kind of comparing why I prefer group self-find over solo self-find, and the crafting is a benefit to either mode. But I've played the game for 10.5 years, probably getting close to 11 now, and the first like 5 or 6 years of that I was playing on trade. And I reached a point where I'd get something drop. Like at the time, the valuable trade currency were exalts. And an exalt would drop on the ground, and it wouldn't feel good. I'd go like, oh, okay, that's 1/20th of my next upgrade. for my build. And I'd see everything in terms of market value alone. And when I reached a point where upgrades were more expensive, like the perceived value of things that dropped would go down more and more over time, and I just kind of grow numb. Oops. I really probably should get a little bit of chaos res or something. But I'd go numb to drops. And that would happen like somewhat overall, where like even at the start of a league, like having played for so long, like at the start of the league, like drops wouldn't feel as good as they did at the start of the last league or the league before or whatever. But some of it was also just within a league, I'd reach a point where like drops hit like diminishing value and stuff pretty quickly. And so like switching to SSF and like changing from, oh, that Exalt is 1/20th of the cost of my next build upgrade, to I'm going to spend this on something. This is a meta mod. This is progress towards some crafting recipe I was doing. This is an Exalt Slam on a jewel, as you point out. Feels so nice. It also feels really nice, like feeling like even in group self-find where I'm like, in this case, getting hard carried by Dime and a few others in the league, but even in like group self-find where I am benefiting from the work of others, I still feel like I'm contributing to the group, and I feel like, at least as a group, problems in one person's build or in like problems that the group as a whole is facing with like needing to get certain drops or a unique collection, or like things like right now I'm leveling a character to help with Legion so we could get the 5th slot on our map devices unlocked. Like those things are problems that we are responsible for solving. It's not something we could just buy a solution to on trade, which to me feels really good. Like I get so much more satisfaction out of like reaching a point I am able to kill a pinnacle boss comfortably, or reaching like a point where I feel like my builds really come online, or I found like a hard to find upgrade or something that I was looking for. That is so much more rewarding when I feel like I did it. I didn't like just buy the solution for it. The content wasn't like trivialized for me by trade. I did it. And like I enjoy the game so much more when I feel like it's my accomplishments, and I don't know. Point is, I like SSF group self-find. I don't think I could go back to trade, like, at least not as a primary game mode. I've played SSF group self-find exclusively for the last like 5-ish years, and I could see, especially with me streaming now, I could maybe see going back like temporarily to trade, and like trying a league in trade, or doing a little bit in trade to like accomplish some things I want from a streaming perspective. It's a little bit harder to like experiment with a bunch of different builds or like theory crafting or whatever in SSF or group self-find compared to what it is on trade. So if I were wanting to, I don't know, if I were wanting to like try to invent my own build and like really experiment with it, or if I were wanting to like try out a bunch of meta builds to kind of expand my knowledge of the game for sake of being able to help answer questions and teach others, like I could see going to trade for that. But I don't see myself ever like going back to playing trade as my primary game mode, or just playing trade for the sake of playing Trade League. I'd be playing trade for some other reason. The biggest part of SSF group self-find for me is in trade it doesn't feel worth doing content unless you know you can succeed in it, so you end up just selling it because it's worth more. Yeah, that's another thing too, is, and the same thing's true with crafting in trade, most things in trade, is the market prices all content around the most, like, optimized way of playing that content. Which means if you don't have a 100% success rate on a boss fight, buying the fragments, like, you're not going to be running those for profit, or at least not for good profit, because you're, like, you have a 90% success rate, but someone else is running it with 100, and so the price is what they're willing to buy it at. And not just success rate either, but also, like, efficiency, where, like, scarabs, there's not really, like, a success rate in the same sense with scarabs. You put them on a map and you get a benefit. But the scarabs are priced around the group that has the right atlas tree and is using the right combination of scarabs and is running Magic Find and doing party play and, like, all of this sort of stuff. And that doesn't necessarily mean they aren't worth buying or aren't worth using for someone who's not doing that same setup, but they sometimes are not worth it, and sometimes the, like, margins on them are just much lower, where the Magic Find group is getting, like, a comfortable, like, return on them using those scarabs, whereas a more, like, normal player using them might barely be above breaking even with it, depending on the scarab. But that, like, encourages, as you were saying earlier, like, with the boss fights and stuff, that encourages, like, highly specializing in one thing and then selling everything but that one thing. If you aren't, like, specialized into something at the moment, then like, someone else will get more value out of the scarab that drops, more value out of the boss fight you've earned, more value out of whatever it may be, if you aren't running an Uber version of the boss. Then, like, it's better to sell the fragments to someone who is running an Uber version of that boss. And I really like having a variety of play. And not just having a variety of play, but being able to play a variety of things without it feeling bad. Without it feeling suboptimal, without it feeling like I need to run a specialized build for it, or need to run, like, the highest investment version of that strategy, or without it feeling like I'm giving up profit that I could have made by selling the thing. I want to be able to play the game for fun without worrying about profitability as much. And for me, that's just hard to do on trade. On trade, everything is like somewhat like necessarily built around the idea of market value. Plus, there's also, like, it's a somewhat small thing. I think I might have missed a turn off up here. But there's also, like, the adversarial nature of trade to some extent. Where when I'm trading with someone, I don't know them. They don't know me. They're out for a profit, and so am I. And there's, like, a higher, like, prevalence of scams or people like flipping items or just lowballing or trying to maximize profit on things, and that's fine. I enjoy playing the market in a lot of other games, but that is like a small downside for me of trade as compared to like group self-find, where it's more like cooperative gameplay where I don't need to worry about pricing things. I don't need to worry about like possible like downsides of like the adversarial like incentives involved of, oh, am I getting lowballed? Am I getting scammed? Did I price this wrong? Should I price this high and gradually reduce the price until someone bites and wants the item? Like, I don't need to worry about that side of things. It's, oh, this dropped. This would benefit my friend in the league. Let's get it to my friend in the league. And I just, like, it feels good in a way that selling things doesn't to me. Like, I get a drop and it's just a pure, like, good thing of, oh, awesome, this helps someone, and I feel good for having gotten it. Whereas on trade, like, it does still feel good as a whole. I'm still glad I got the valuable drop, but there's like the downsides of, okay, well, now I need to figure out how to price this, and I need to like manage my store. I need to deal with the trade requests and the like possible scams and like all of that. And like, while I still am glad I got the valuable drop as a whole, like the joy I get from it is somewhat diminished a little bit. That's not like the reason I play SSF and group self-find over trade, but it's another perk. And another part of the reason I play SSF group self-find is it also just like extends my enjoyment of the game. In Trade League, you get through the campaign, and around the time you hit maps, you pause for a minute, look up a couple of items on the market. You have a handful of Chaos Orbs. You buy 10 Chaos worth of gear, and that will carry you through red maps. Like, you've already got red maps solved right out of the campaign on a 10 Chaos budget. Then you go through, get your Atlas progression done, up to like the pinnacle bosses and stuff, and maybe a couple times throughout that you buy more upgrades, or maybe you just wait until like towards the end of red maps and you do another shopping trip, and this time you spend like 2 divines, and now you have trivialized pinnacle bosses. and you run pinnacle bosses and finish the rest of your Atlas progression, and you run Maven and run potentially everything shy of like the Feared or whatever, maybe even the Feared on 2 Divines. And then you do another shopping trip, and this time you spend 10 Divines. And now you've trivialized Ubers, and you have trivialized the Feared, and like in like even for a not very efficient player who's not trying to speed run, in a couple of days or a week or so, you can have trivialized like a huge part of the game. And for me, like, Path of Exile is a power fantasy, as you've heard me mention before. And I like feeling more powerful and seeing that sense of progression. And I feel like it makes me sad when GGG will go and like see someone like spent like 5 mirrors worth of currency to be able to one-shot an Uber boss, and GGG turns around and says, oh man, we don't want our Uber bosses being able to be one-shot, so let's nerf that skill, when they spent 5 mirrors to make that happen. And the vast majority of people using those skills like aren't one-shotting Uber bosses. The skill just has the potential to be able to get there. And it makes me sad when I see GGG turn around and nerf that sort of thing, because I'm sure that felt really good for the player who made that build and spent that currency and was able to one-shot the Ubers. That was probably a goal they had that they had to work a long time to earn. And that probably felt like winning to them. And that's something that they put out a YouTube video or whatever, and now other players are going to want to aspire to that same thing. They're going to want to grind more currency to make that happen too. They're going to want to play the game more. And like, for me, like, that potential being there in a game is exciting. If it's really easy to get, if it's something that everyone gets early on low investment, then that's bad for the game. But having the ability to get really strong, I'm totally fine with. But the problem for me with trade is that, and this is like for me personally, is that I feel like I can trivialize far too much of the game on too little a budget. It might be expensive to get to the point where I can one-shot Ubers, but it is cheap to get to the point where I can, like, easily beat Ubers consistently. And to me, that feels less like, at least on trade, that feels less like the power fantasy that I want out of the game, where I feel like I've worked towards this like pinnacle achievement of trivializing everything, and instead feels more like it was just handed to me. I don't feel like I worked for it or I earned it. And that's what gets me like burnt out on the game, and burnt out on trade especially, is like when I feel like I've done everything there is to do, and it was not challenging and didn't take very much time, and was not like a rewarding enough or exciting enough journey for me to want to do it again. Whereas on like SSF or group self-find, if I get to that same point, that's not going to be a point that I get to every league. Like, it's not going to be like, it's not every league that I would get to a point I do Ubers, at least not historically, with the amount of playtime I've had in the past. And generally I only do a handful of builds per league because I don't care for the campaign. And so, like, I generally don't end up leveling like a dedicated like Uber bossing build with that in mind. But when I like can get to a point I can do Ubers, that feels really good, and I can like revel in it and like play that and feel good about that for longer. And even when that's not the case, like even if it's something that now that I'm putting more hours in and streaming, maybe that's something I get to the point where I can beat Ubers every league. It's still something that I feel like I'd have worked for and was a journey. And that's a journey that I enjoy. It's not just I have currency on trade now and I could just like buy another build that can also trivialize Ubers cheaply. Instead it's okay, well now I've done it, let's go on that journey again. Let's play in a private league, or let's within the same league start looking for gear for this other build I want to try and figure out if I can get that build to the point I can do that same content. And there's just a like sense of challenge and accomplishment there that I feel for me is missing on trade. If that makes any sense. Sounds like you and I have a lot of similar opinions as far as trade versus group self-find goes, so maybe you're just nodding your head along with all of this time. Yep, I'm nodding. Yeah. And for me, it's really strange because I actually really enjoy trading in other games. In most games, I really love there being a market that I can like game and play to, and that's something that like potentially appeals to me. But like I don't know if it's just that markets don't work for me in action RPGs, or how much of it's Path of Exile specifically, because I think there's some Path of Exile specific things that I think GGG handles their trade experience especially poorly, and maybe if trade were better I would enjoy it more in Path of Exile too. I also wouldn't have spent all that yellow juice in trade. Yeah, and there's like a lot of things like that where there is fun to be had, but it feels bad like having that fun be balanced against the sense of like risk or loss or like responsibility of this is worth more in trade than I'm going to get from it, so I shouldn't have this fun. And that's true with a number of gambles in the game. That's true of like opening stacked decks. That's true of gambling div cards. That's true of a large amount of crafting, at least some of the more expensive crafts. That's true of running content, as you brought up earlier. If you can't wave 30 simulacrum, you should probably be selling your simulacrums. And bossing. That's also true of other things, though. I mentioned scarabs earlier, but also like sextants. If you get a good sextant, I'm thinking back a couple of leagues when when there was the sextant meta around being able to infinitely sustain sextants with, I think it was Yellow Life Force and the Harvest Craft, where you could craft on your maps that it won't use up sextant charges. Like if you get one of the sextants that synergizes with that and like helps make that happen, well, I guess I can't run the sextant that gives me more yellow fields in my harvest, because that's going to be worth bank on trade, or people running it that sextant in a very specific way where it's most profitable. And like, I don't know, but that's just, it sucks some of the fun of the game out, sucks some of the fun out of the game for me. And I have all sorts of like thoughts on the market and things that I think would help fix some of these issues in trade, and the sort of things that might help me be might help me consider playing trade again and help me like enjoy trade more, and I think maybe help improve trade for people on trade too. But I haven't played trade in a long time, so I'm not going to like assume that to be true and say I speak for all the trade enjoyers. But like, I think a lot of people in Trade League would also agree with some of these problems. I think people on trade might generally tend to agree that, yeah, the market tends to get saturated with good stuff too early. Or, yeah, the 1% of players doing the magic finding and the optimal playstyle like have a disparate like impact on prices in the market. Or, yeah, maybe it's a little bit too easy to trivialize mapping and bosses and a lot of the game's content. I feel like there's a lot of people who even play and enjoy trade who would agree with some of those problems and might appreciate improvements to trade that might help resolve or address some of those problems. Yeah, the last time I actually engaged in sextants, we had 3 types: Shaper Strongholds and Elder Rings with the massive sets of blocking done. Yeah, and like, that's just not fun to me, I guess. Like, there's really not a better way of putting it, I think. Comes across a little bit strongly, but I like the game and I have strong feelings about it. I have some skill points I should spend. 5. Let's get this. I need to figure out what other auras I'm supposed to be running, but I can do that next time I'm in town. I'm curious, Dime. I don't know, like, it sounds like you and I have very similar opinions about, like, why we play SSF and group self-find. That doesn't necessarily translate to, like, you know what you enjoy. That doesn't necessarily translate to you've also thought through, like, how you would change trade, or, like, if you've thought of, like, things that you feel would be improvements to the game to help emphasize the things that you get out of the game. But I'd be curious if you have those sorts of thoughts if you have like put thought into like if you view as I do that trade is maybe in a bad place, how would you fix it? That's something you've thought about at all? For me, async trading. I think async trading would make the experience of engaging in trade nicer. But I would be worried that it would actually exaggerate some of the problems that we're talking about. Having the ability to have asynchronous trading will speed up the market, not slow it down. It will result in the market being more saturated more early. It would make it easier for the top players to buy out all of a particular like sextant that they're looking for, or particular crafting currency very quickly, and thus dictate price a little bit more so even than they do today. It would make it like, so from a like more casual player's perspective, since the market's more saturated more quickly and people are willing to list lower value items since they don't have to pay the cost of actually having to deal with the trading of those items, like it would make it so that more like 1, 2, 3, 5 chaos items are on the market, making it even easier to trivialize the game on a low budget. Yeah, and I don't disagree with that, but the experience of trade is far and away the worst part of it. Yeah, and I think it is a big part of it for me too. Once that's been fixed, the itemization power level of trading can be looked at. And that there is kind of touching on my take here. My like proposed solution to some of this also starts with async trading. It starts with a auction house. But the like main reason for me behind adding that auction house is not to make trading better. I think that's a benefit, a significant benefit, in fact. But the main goal is actually that right now, I think GGG sees some of these same problems with trade. We've seen them talk about these same problems with trade. These are the sorts of problems that they've used to justify the fact that they aren't investing in trade and aren't doing things like an auction house, and why they were resistant to things like the trade API originally, or resistant to the like trade website, until someone else essentially created the trade website and they're like, okay, I guess we might as well now. The thing is, GGG looks at these problems in trade and says, we think it's unhealthy for the game for trade to move too fast, and for trade to be too easy. And so we're going to keep trade as inconvenient as possible. Hey, Decor, how's it going? But I think that's the wrong takeaway. Because right now the problem is they have no control over trade, really at all. they can like very, very, very broadly address certain problems with trade a little bit on like a league by league scale by introducing like a new item or currency sync, or trying to balance like power of items to dictate like how like, or rare scarcity of items to balance how quickly people get power and progression. But they don't actually have market controls. And there's a lot of games, a lot of MMOs that have markets that feel much better and that address some of these concerns. And in pretty much all of those games that have healthy markets, the game studio has levers by which they can manipulate the market. They have an auction house where they can set trading fees. They have trade done through like some form of interface where they can say, okay, well, you only get like 5 items you can list at one time. Or they have like you can have trading fees like where each trade costs a fixed fee. Like GGG could introduce a currency where each one of those currencies lets you list one item. Or they could do it as like a percentage, and this would require like more of like a gold system or something. But they can have a fee that is a percentage of the listed price of the item. So every time a trade happens, there's a 5% loss or 5% overhead. Or they could make it so there's a delay so that you can list an item, but it takes like an hour or 6 hours or something before it actually like appears on the market. Or they can do things like say you can't access the market until after you have beaten X boss or reached this milestone or finished all quests or whatever it may be. And GGG, due to their like unwillingness to touch trade at all, has essentially like backed themselves into a corner where what trade is and what trade is capable of is not dictated by GGG. It's dictated by the player base and the tooling created by the player base and what the players want to trade and how quickly, like how valuable players deem certain things worth being. And so that's my argument for introducing an auction house is like, yes, without any sort of other change, if they just add an auction house with no market controls, it will speed up trade and will exaggerate some of these problems we're talking about. But once the auction house is in the game, they have the potential to implement these sorts of controls. And the potential, they actually have tools now to address these problems. And I think it's unfortunate that GGG's like take on this all is no auction house, and that they essentially are resigning themselves to trade having the problems that it has now as a result. You're doing all right. How am I? I have been a little bit better. I'm kind of keeping an eye on some symptoms right now. Fortunately, I'm not dealing with like what for me is the worst of the symptoms. I am feeling like myself. I don't think I'm dealing with brain fog or the depression or like the antisocial streaks that sometimes hit as I deal with some of these symptoms of the conditions I have. So like that's good. And as a result, hopefully it shouldn't affect streaming too much. I'm feeling more myself today than I have in recent weeks, which is nice. I've been more talkative on stream, for one. But like I am dealing with joint pains and muscle aches and exhaustion and poor sleep and cold hands and feet and a bit of a headache, come to think of it. A couple other things, and not exactly sure why. So keeping an eye on all of that, and hopefully that doesn't turn into some of the other symptoms that I was expressing affect the stream more and I dislike more as well. Ooh, feel better? Thank you, Daycor. And like I'm doing all right overall. Like some of these symptoms come and go, and I don't want this to like come across as like a bunch of negativity or whatever. It's just a part of my life. But I'm not a big believer in like the whole like someone asks how you're doing and it's the oh I'm okay. Everything's fine. I like to try to be authentic, and if I'm not feeling great, I'm going to say I'm not feeling great. And I don't think there's a like I don't think it's wrong if people do the like common it's fine response and don't want to get into it or don't want to like burden the other person with those sorts of things. Like I get it, but for me personally, I'd rather just like share what I'm dealing with and what I'm going through, and people don't want to hear it, they can learn not to ask. I get it, still sucks to not feel good, yeah. And honestly, it's a little bit improved from when I started stream, so hopefully that's a good sign. Oh, almost died. My life pool is not good. I've like not been paying too much attention to what's on the screen. I'm just killing things and making progress. But I've been like vaguely aware of, man, I've been dying an awful lot. I wonder why. Like I haphazardly glanced at resistances earlier and was like, oh, I'm still res capped. But I only now looked at my life and I'm like, oh yeah, 1,200 life is not what you want at this point in the campaign. So, I might need to take a quick pause and see if I can fix that after this boss, or side boss. That might explain it, yeah. Act 8, I should have, should be aiming closer to like 1600-ish? Wait, no. The rule of thumb per 100. I'm suddenly forgetting the rule of thumb. 2,400. Okay. Yeah, so I should have double. Yeah, because it ends 3,000 at the end of the map, so it's 300 per act was the rule of thumb. Act times 300, okay. Like, I've mentioned that rule of thumb on stream before, but my brain is really not good at holding on to like small random like specifics like that. I'll remember the general like concept and idea. I'll remember that a rule of thumb exists, but like I'll forget the number. Or I get the same thing with like names in chat, especially for like newer viewers or whatever. Is I'll remember the things I associate with like a individual, but sometimes I will like forget or mix up the name of what individual that is, or I'll remember I had a conversation but forget with who. Hey Jerkfish, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? You play Path of Exile? Great, great. What about you? Honestly, having a bit of a rough go today with some of the health conditions I deal with, but like mentally I'm feeling good at least. It's been a pretty decent day overall. I am actually just finished the Maven. Nice, congrats. Hope you get better. Thank you. Appreciate it. How long have you played Path of Exile? You've been playing for 1 year, 5, 10? My 3rd league. Awesome. Love seeing newer players having a good time in the game, sticking with it. I've played for 10.5 years and absolutely love the game. Well, yeah, kinda. Okay, what's the kinda? And Maven on 3rd league is really good, absolutely. It is a deep and complicated game, and it's really easy to compare yourself against like arbitrary like objectives or milestones or more experienced players and be like, oh man, it's taken me this long to get to Maven, and like more experienced players trivialize Maven or whatever, like, and speedrun and race through the game and do it in hours or things like that. But like, I think like I have a lot of respect for newer players exploring the game and figuring things out, and that sense of like learning and growth. Like, it's a big intimidating process. My brain is not braining. First time ever I'm going minion build. Okay, what build are you playing? Dark Pact? Alright. Dark Pact's not one I've played personally, so I'm not overly familiar with it. I have spent the last like 5 or 6 years playing SSF and group self-find, so there's a lot of builds I haven't experienced as a result. Looked cool, but the damage scaling, man, I have no idea what's going on. Meaning the damage scaling is like really good and you don't know why, or you're having a hard time damage scaling and don't know why. I don't know if that's a good or a bad, man. I wish. Okay, so it's not scaling and you don't know why. Trying to get better items. Okay, I mean, I'd offer to take a look at your build and see if I could help. You're more than welcome to drop a link in chat, but like I could glance briefly, but I have not really played very many minion builds at all, so I might be the wrong person to get that sort of advice from. But I could take a look if you'd like, or maybe someone else in chat might be able to give a little bit more advice than I could. Get a bit more percent life. That helped a bit. Okay, how is life on my care? So I don't get any flat life from Quiver or Helm or Amulet or Boots. I get 7 flat life from my body. Okay, so I just have no flat life. That's why I have no life. Well, that's not why I don't have a life, but that's why I don't have enough life on this character. Let's see what I could do about that. At this point, I could probably replace the boots if I have a decent pair of boots I could use. Okay, this is less move speed, but at this point I'll take it. I could also hook up a 6-link now. So the 6-link I'm going to want to be on
Let's go.
my primary lightning arrow. So I'm wanting to go remove the added cold and the item rarity for now. 2 green, 2 red, 2 blue. I want to do that on a dex int base. So let's pull up this and see. Or one sec. 43 dex, 43 int. So 43, 43, 6, 2, 2, 2. Okay, so that's just a chromatic spam. I think I sent it correctly, but my configurations might be wrong. Alright, I can pull that up in just a moment once I finish what I'm in the middle of. So I'm going for 2, 2, 2. All blue. I should have plenty of chroma for this. Ah, close. Just want to make sure I get my colors in the right gems before I forget what I was in the middle of. I have ADHD, so I can have a tendency to get sidetracked and forget what I was doing and have a hard time task switching sometimes. There we go. Trying to get as much as I can, but just not sure what else to do. Minion life scaling on tree can be kind of rough. If I'm understanding it correctly, your base damage comes from minion life scaling, then damage. Alright, I can pull it up pretty soon here. Let me get my lightning arrow in my body. Oh, and this drops LMP. Interesting. Keeps Mirage Archer. Keeps Trinity. And now I'm going to want... Oh, and Decor with the 6-link or 5-link. Yeah, I'll definitely keep an eye out. I don't... unless you're wanting a bow, don't have anything I think I could give you that would help now, but I will definitely keep an eye out for if something drops.
What's up? Don't do anything.
Can't see why I'd want to do that here.
You might also check Decor on the trade website. I mean, it can. Doesn't mean it's a good idea. You might also check the trade website, which I can show in a moment. But you could filter down to the league, the private league we're in. and search for items with like 5 or 6 links and just see what's listed. Okay, so I need elemental damage with attacks and inspiration, which I'm going to my hideout to get. And inspiration. And increased critical. Critical damage support. Okay, so that's not going to help my mana situation, but will improve my damage, and also frees up sockets so I can swap those out nice and easy. And getting a big life roll there will help some. Could also use gloves with life. Do I have any gloves with life? I do at level 70. I could probably struggle until then. Oh, I have life attack speed here. Perfect. That will help. Now I probably have rings that I could use now, which might help a little bit as well, or amulets. Okay, that has a prefix I could craft life and some resist. That's a possibility. If I take this off, I am struggling for strength and int. So I like that for attributes. Okay, so from what I'm seeing, I don't think I have rings that would beat the resists I have on my current ring. I am overcapped by a fair bit on fire and lightning, though. So maybe that's fine. Do I have an amulet? This helps with strength and int, gives some life. Is this good enough? That is, okay. Yeah, I'd really just need one other ring, but this is probably a... that's a bunch of life. I'd probably take that over the damage at this point. We'll feel that out. Advancing one more time for rings with good resist. Oh, that's a bunch of lightning damage, lightning to attacks. Maybe I could make do with that. Don't want to have to res swap because I don't have the... Oh yeah, I'm good. I don't have the life force for that at the moment. But I think that should be a big improvement. Okay, let me pull up the build. Although first, since this should be really fast, let me show decor. What I would do is I'd pull up the trade website for the private league we're in, and I would look for sale type any, and then I would look socket filters, minimum 5 link, and just search and see what there is. And it looks like there are like Hannah has a 6 link body on an int base that you could probably use right now, and you could just hit direct whisper on that. So here's the trade that I was doing. but that's generally how I'd go about looking things up. And it looks like there's multiple 5 or 6 links you could potentially reach out to someone for. Although a fair amount of the people with them listed are offline at the moment. You could also try asking in global, because I know the other guild in the league has a guild stash where they probably have a handful of useful items, generally useful items that aren't listed in individual trade tabs. Alright, Jerkfish, let me take a quick look, and this will have to be a pretty quick look. But I'll see what I can do. Import. Okay, so yeah, I'm not seeing any cluster tools to Dime's earlier point. I have a few spare 6 links. I'm offline also, so all good, fair enough. So I'm not going to be able to like figure out the like configurations right now, and like that takes some time to figure out what I would or would not toggle. I'd have to like look through all of your gear and all of like your skill and make sure I'm understanding everything and see what you've got on the tree. But assuming your configs are either correct or at least representative, like I don't need to see necessarily the like actual damage number here, as long as it's generally representative. If we see the damage go up on this number, it's probably going to be an upgrade, even if you're missing like a check in here somewhere. So you're level 86, which is definitely around the point that cluster jewels could become viable for some builds. And you could consider like looking, I don't know if there's a particular build guide you're following, but sometimes build guides will have like multiple trees that you can switch between at the bottom here. And often build guides will have like a more like advanced, further along tree that will include cluster jewels. So that might be worth glancing at. There's a budget one I'm following, I could send it as well. Okay. Looks like just a single medium minion life cluster is used. Okay. So if you were trying to figure out cluster jewels on your own, with like some more like game knowledge and experience in the game, you'll have a little bit more of a sense of what may or may not be good, like looking at different notables. But if you're wanting to kind of brute force it and like kind of build up that knowledge and like experience yourself, one way you could do it is going into your items. First, let's go and hook you up to a cluster jewel socket so that you'll have somewhere to put these. But you could go into craft items and find a jewel cluster and try different cluster jewels. So in this case, I'm going to go with the one Dime was suggesting, and grab minion life. And generally speaking, for most cluster jewels, you want the minimum number of passives. There's a couple of exceptions. With mediums, 4 or 5 are generally identical. I mean, they just are identical as far as I'm aware, unless you're wanting 6 for some reason. But the main thing that you generally look for on cluster jewels is these notables at the bottom. And so you can, if you're wanting to kind of brute force this, what I do is I will grab each of these, and I can edit and copy this to make it easy for me to generate a new one, but I've grabbed the first 2 and I add to build. Now I can create custom and paste the old one to save some clicks and grab the next 2. add to build, create custom, make a new one, and then I'm grabbing the last two. Actually, wait, is there 8? Oh shoot, there's 8. So this one I got Blessed Rebirth Bodyguards, Feasting Fiends, Hulking Corpses. I missed Dread March. And Life from Death. Had to build. And then we get Renewal. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so there's 7. But what you could do here is now you can socket these in. And I socket it in, and then I hover over the nodes and see what do these give me, and figure out like which ones give me the most damage if that one is what I'm looking for, which gives me most survivability if that's what I'm looking for, which ones help with minion life if that's what I'm looking for, minion survivability. And so you can kind of like look at each notable and see what it does for your build, and then go and swap in the next cluster jewel and look at it that way. Yeah, cluster jewel, I don't know this particular build very well, but cluster jewels are often really good ways of getting a lot of power for most builds. And it wouldn't surprise me if there were cluster jewels. And it sounds like Blessed Rebirth might be it. But it wouldn't surprise me if there are cluster jewels that would help you. Also later, not just cluster jewels, but I noticed you only have 1 jewel socket at the moment. Or no, you have 2. Okay. Later on, a lot of builds will min-max a little bit more, and will, as you start to min-max more, picking up more jewels can be a good way of doing that. More jewel sockets. And as Dime's pointing out, there is a very useful site that I use for figuring out builds in general. You may have seen PoE Ninja before. PoE Ninja is a great way of seeing like currency exchange rates, figuring out like general like pricing of things like fragments, tattoos, div cards, oils, things that don't vary that much. Unique items don't vary that much. But like rare items, you really need to like know the modifiers and how valuable those are and the combination of modifiers, so PoE Ninja won't help you with that. However, there's a builds tab. And this is very, very useful to get an idea of what's meta, what are people playing, what's like... It's not a definitive answer for what's good. There are great builds that don't see a lot of play. And there are builds that see a lot of play that are okay but not great. But it can give a general sense of if no one's playing something, that might not be a great sign. So I'll sometimes use it for that a little bit. But you could also use this to narrow in on your specific build in this case. So you are using Dark Pact. So Dark Pact you can find in main skills down here. And unfortunately oh yeah, you can't search here. So Dark Pact. And you can see that 0.1% of players are using Dark Pact in their build, which doesn't necessarily mean, as I said earlier, that it's bad, but like it's definitely not a meta skill right now. But you could click Dark Pact to say, I want to filter down to only see builds that are using Dark Pact. And I can remove this filter. And now the builds on this list have been updated to only builds using Dark Pact, and all of the percentages that we see here have changed. If I look at builds not using Dark Pact, we'll see that, like, Watcher's Eye sees a 17% use rate right now, Calm's Spirit sees 11%, Hiri's Truth 9. If I go back to ones using Dark Pact, we see that Dark Pact really likes Fall Caress and Darkness Enthroned, potentially Glorious Vanity. And you can filter down even more into, like, let's look at ones using Fall Caress and so on. And so this is like a pretty quick way you can look at your build and see, I am not using Darkness Enthroned or Rumi's Concoction. Maybe those are things that I might want to be evaluating as possible upgrades. You could also see the supports that are most commonly used with it and compare that to, or I forgot to switch scenes. You could see the supports that are most commonly used with it and see if those line up with the supports you're using. So like I said, I don't understand your build all that well. But I can look at this and see you're using Chain, that lines up, Intensify lines up, Arcane Surge lines up. Void Manip, I do not see on the list of supports. It looks like other builds are using... oh wait, no, I do. I just overlooked the top one. My bad. But I can look at that to get a sense of are these supports good? And the other thing that's really nice about this approach with Path of Building is you can also show passive heat map. And this I would take with a big grain of salt. But this shows the distribution of like what nodes and pathing are used by builds. The ones that are blues are like very rarely picked, but someone uses that pathing. And like, whoops, I did not mean to filter that. I think I clicked that one. There we go. And this can be a pretty good way of like sanity checking. The things that are like dark red and orange on here are things that are probably really good for you and are worth like seeing, do I have all of those things? And if not, should I be considering getting them? So that's kind of the stuff I'd be looking at. I think the cluster jewel should hopefully help. Appreciate the help with that suggestion, Dime. But the narrowing down here and seeing what others are doing could also be a good way of looking to see if you're doing something different from others that's causing the problems you're running into. One last thing that I sometimes use this for is right now you are a necromancer. And so, or actually before I get to that, so if we hide passive heat map, this is something you also want to take with a huge grain of salt, but you can click into individual builds. And I would never look at just one build in isolation on this list and try to emulate it. But if you take a sample of a couple, you can look at their gear and start to look for common patterns and see this is a +2 wand with minion damage, minion attack, cast speed. This is a +1 wand, minion damage, attack speed. This is a +1 wand, minion accuracy, and start to get an idea of what the patterns are. Here's a +2 wand with minion damage. And so it looks like the +2 level of all is really good for your build. And so for evaluating your gear, like you said, my wand is kind of meh. Looking at a couple of those, you can then look at your own dagger in this case, and see you don't have any plus to levels. And so maybe that's like a big upgrade that could really help. If I were to just temporarily edit this, let's just remove the flat fizz for a second. And then let's add +1 to level of all, what's the wording? Minion skill gems. I can see that that would give like more than 10%, like 11% more minion life from just that 1 plus to level. And if you were to get a +2 to level, that would be even higher, I'd assume. And this gives you +1 active minion limit. Let's see. I'm assuming spells are also a thing here. Let's just do +2 to make this a little simpler, and assume that spells are scaling the same things. This gives you +2 active minion limit and plus almost 23% minion life. So that like could be a massive upgrade for you as well. And I'd suspect if we go back to looking at these builds, they probably have plus to level of gems on amulets too in some cases. Yeah, plus to level of all. I saw plus to level of chaos. So getting plus to level of all on your like amulet might also help. Oh, and I need to let me save this as a new folder. In case I need to get this back. This is Dark Pact.
Are we?
Oh, thank you for the follow, Jerkfish. Really appreciate it. Yeah, no problem. I really enjoy helping new players. Or newer players. You've played for a couple of leagues, so you're probably like not quite new anymore, but I would assume a lot of players in your shoes might still be feeling fairly new. It is a very big game. I can't find any wand with high spell damage, plus crit for spell, plus minion skill gems. Yeah, so that might be something that, like, maybe you have to wait for if you're looking to buy. I'd have to look at, like, how you're looking it up. But yes, Bubba can do. People with thousands of hours can still feel new. Yeah, and I've played for 10.5 years, and I learn new things all the time. Regarding your question of should I craft one, I definitely like encourage trying getting into crafting can be a good thing. I really enjoy crafting. It can be a like risky process, an expensive process. For crafting, I highly suggest a site called Craft of Exile. And in here you can look at one-handed weapons, wands, and you can see like what the available prefixes and suffixes are and what the weights on them. So I can see like if a prefix is added to a like white weapon, there's a 2.347% chance of it being increased cold damage. And so you can use this to see like how common are the things you're looking for. So let's go Convoking Wand. And so you could see that the plus to level of all minion skill gems is not weighted very high. That will be like a harder thing to try to roll for. And the plus to level of all spells is weighted even lower. Hey, thanks for the lurk numbers. Have you tried Hollow Cure? I don't think I've heard of Hollow Cure. What's that? So this might be, like, if I had to guess, this might be a, like, more difficult crafting project than I might normally. Vampire Survivors, but for weebs, it's pretty fun. Ah, cool. Like, the Vampire Survivor sorts of games do, like, I've played a teeny bit of, like, those sorts of games, and they can be fun. I haven't played Hollow Cure specifically. But yeah, this might be a somewhat more difficult or expensive craft to go for, or very RNG heavy. And that might be a part of why you're not seeing a lot of them listed on trade. And even just for weebs, it's for HoloLive enjoyers. I'm actually unfamiliar with HoloLive too. Okay, HoloLive's VTuber. VTuber stuff. But yeah, like, I have, thank you, Decor. I have nothing against weeb stuff. I enjoy anime. Like, I don't make it my identity, but, like, I don't fault people who do either. Like, if you are really into anime, it's cool, good for you. Like, I have nothing against it. So weeb wasn't, like, turn off for me there as far as, considering Hollow Cure. Also just fun. Yeah. That's what I'm really after in games, is it fun? But yeah, this looks to be a more difficult crafting project. There are things that you can do to make this sort of craft a little bit more, like, possible. But it's a... like, there's a lot to learn with crafting. I think it's a very fun, rewarding thing to get into, and not something I want to discourage you from. But this might not be the best, like, first crafting project, especially if you're on a tighter budget. But I do want to see something real quick. I want to see just how big of a difference plus to levels makes for you. Would you say, so you said you were struggling with damage scaling earlier. Is it more damage scaling or more like minion survivability that you'd say is the bigger issue for you? Are you able to, like, have enough minions out that you're usually at your minion cap and all of the minions are attacking, or is it part of the problem for your damage scaling the fact that your minions die really fast and you only have, like, a couple up at any given time? They never die. Okay. So it's really damage you're after. Look at your skill. Dark Pact. On life to deal damage instead. So you are summoning skeletons and removing some life from them to deal chaos damage, AoE damage around it. What's keeping them from dying? The 2%? 2%. What 2% are you referring to? I do want to quickly evaluate here. Wand convoking with nothing on it except for plus to level of minion. Oh. So there's like no downside. Your at least for your, oh, that's for skeletons. If we're wanting to see Dark Pact. There we go. Plus to level of all minion. Okay, so that would be a damage loss. Unless you had something with it. Oh, 2% minion healing on hit on the Dark Pact skill. Okay, got it. I'm looking to see, like, what the most important pieces are here. You have crit chance, and you have spell damage. So getting spell damage, even a low spell damage would help here. But that's going for 2 prefixes. The crit chance also helps. Okay. The thing I was looking at here was, could you magic craft something better pretty easily? So the other thing that Craft of Exile is really nice for is you can go to the emulator, and the emulator is essentially free crafting practice. So one-handed weapon, convoking wand. Let's just grab the convoking wand, proceed. And so here you could like force specific things that you want on the item and like kind of like get to a certain state aside from just starting at a white item if you wanted. But when I said magic crafting earlier, what I was referring to is you could just use Orb of Transmutation here. And magic crafting is alteration spamming and potentially using augments when you only get one mod until you get a specific thing or two that you're looking for. And doing this, like, it's time intensive, but alterations and augmentations are cheap. And then once you get to the things you want, you can regal and go from there. So if you were to want to try to craft this sort of thing yourself, what I would suggest might be, there may be better options here, but might be evaluating like a magic crafting approach as like a fairly like safe, affordable way of trying to craft this, because plus to level seems to be a really big deal for you. You could magic craft until you get plus to level of all minion skills or plus to level of all spell skill gems, which I can just force on here and just pretend I hit that magic crafting. Augment, hope for the best. In this case it's dead, but maybe you get lucky. And depending on the way you're crafting this, like, you could decide that you maybe try to annul or scour and start over here so that you're going until you get a good suffix instead, but that would get expensive fast. Very time intensive if nothing else. And yeah, you'd want to check high levels. I can explain that in just a moment. But then once you get to this point, you can regal and turn it into a rare so that there's room for more modifiers. And then you can go to the crafting bench and craft one or more things on it. And so on a crafting bench, you could just say that I'm wanting spell damage, and craft spell damage on. And crafting the best spell damage on it that you can with the crafting bench, there is a chance that you can, like, maybe with this crafting project here, even though everything I hit was dead on the AUG and the Regal, I just hit the plus to levels and the craft. If I paste this in, this item would be a small damage upgrade for you. So, like, that's a time-intensive, like, kind of expensive crafting process for just a 4% damage upgrade. But you could get lucky with the AUG or with the Regal. And there's another option that would be available to you with the item here. And that is, instead of crafting spell damage, let's pretend I didn't craft that. There is a meta mod craft you can do, which can have up to 3 crafted modifiers. and crafting that counts as one of your crafted modifiers. And so now I have 2 prefixes and 2 suffixes. So now I'm able to craft 1 additional prefix, 1 additional suffix as the other 2 crafted modifiers. So now I could throw on the spell damage, or maybe there's a better prefix for you. You'd have to experiment in here to see. But you could throw that on. And now you also get a suffix. And so you have crit strike chance for spells currently. So let's just throw that one on and assume that that's a decent option. Now I can copy that into Path of Building. And see, that's not a 4% damage upgrade, that's a almost 6% damage upgrade, even though I missed the AUG and missed the Regal. And you could potentially try to go until you hit a good augment, and if you miss an augment, you can annul and hope for the best, or do that sort of thing. So that's one option. Another option that can be good when plus to levels are involved is fossil crafting. And this one I actually usually do in the calculator, not the emulator, at least to start. But you can start with a convoking wand and select that the crafting method is fossils. Need to change scenes. And pick like a 3-socket resonator will be cheaper. Thank you, Decor. But you might like look at 3 or 4-socket resonators, and then you go down here and you hit the things that you're wanting to hit. So you'd like to hit minion skill gems. You'd like to hit +2 spell skill gems. Maybe it would be nice to get spell damage. And you could try different combinations of mods. Crit strike chance for spells. And I'm sure there's other stuff in here you'd want. I saw something to do with like minion damage earlier. The minion attack and cast speed was one I saw, and some other things. Let's just go with that for now. And you can use the prefix and suffix groups here. What these say is, right now, this is saying I need my item to get +1 to level of all spell skill gems, and +1 to level of all minion skill gems, and % increased spell damage. But with the suffixes, it's saying I need one of either minion attack and cast speed or crit strike chance with spells. Because these are in the same suffix group, this is saying either of these would be fine for my first suffix. So you could say I'm fine with either of the +2 levels, or you could say I'm wanting to go for an item that gets both. And so if you're just going for an item with both and maybe you're ignoring the other things, you can then come up here to compute best selection for a 3-socket resonator. And it runs through and calculates the probabilities with all combinations of fossils for you. And you can see here that on average, with the corroded, metallic, and shuddering fossil, it would take 120 tries to get a +2 to level wand. Now, not all of those +2 to level wands might be like ideal for you. They'll come with like some other random like affixes and stuff on it. Ideally, you'd probably want one that has like an open suffix so that you can craft something onto it, or like do a little bit more. If all of the affixes are filled, you're kind of stuck, and the only way to go forward is to risk annulling or breaking one of your existing modifiers. +2 minion wand with 4-socket resonator can be done with 12 rolls expected. Yeah, and I was actually surprised seeing it as low as it was for 3, so I was about to go to 4. But here you could see that with a 3-socket resonator, it takes 120 tries. In buying 120 corroded, metallic, shuddering, fossils and 3 socket resonators will come out to 1,805 chaos roughly. And so if you have enough currency to do this sort of craft, this could be a really good way to go. This is probably way better than the magic crafting approach I showed earlier. And as Dime was pointing out, like, in cases where the 3 socket is looking very realistic like that, the 4 socket, like, may be even better. So let's go and compute. And this takes longer to check all of the combinations. And will be a little bit more expensive per attempt because you're buying 4 fossils, not 3. And 4 socket resonators are significantly more expensive than 3. So this costs 1805 with the 3 socket resonator. Let's see what it costs with a 4. Okay, so instead of costing 1805, it costs 339 chaos. So this is actually looking like a very realistic crafting project with fossil crafting. And then you could go from there into the emulator to like experiment further. So let's say I hit I just want to fill all suffixes real quick. Perfect. Actually, I don't want to fill all suffixes. I want like 1 prefix, 2 suffixes if possible. Yeah, good enough. I'll just remove 1. So let's say when you finish your fossil craft, where is the plus to levels? Oh, I'm in suffixes, that's why. So I need to remove... Oh, you have 1 prefix, perfect. So let's say you do hit your plus to level of all minion and your plus to level of all spell. And it ended up looking like this. You have some really solid prefixes. The fire damage is unfortunate, but your suffixes may be... Actually, those are good suffixes too. Let me pretend you hit bad suffixes. Let's say we hit chance to shock, which I'd assume you maybe don't care about, and fire damage. Here there's options to potentially continue crafting using meta crafting. The nice thing about your goal being just to hit the +2 to level of gems is those are both prefixes. So as long as you have an open suffix, there is a metacraft you can do at the crafting bench that says prefixes cannot be changed. Since I have an open suffix, I can craft prefixes cannot be changed onto the weapon, and then I can scour. Which... Whoops. Oh, I didn't scour. I hit the wrong thing. Prefixes cannot be changed. I can scour, and that will remove all suffixes. So then you could craft a suffix on, or you could do a can have 3 crafted modifiers with 2 crafted suffixes, or you could try to like do other crafting things from this point. Fossils are still confusing to you. My guess is that the reason why is probably that you have not yet gotten like an explanation of like crafting affixes, weightings, tags, and that side of things. And I'm going to be going back to the game after this one, but I do really enjoy helping, so this is no bother at all. I just need to be making some progress on my character too. But I can go... Thank you for your time. Yeah, no problem at all. Glad to help. Let's go back to a, like, more kind of normal crafting method for a second. So, one of the really nice things about Craft of Exile is it gives you all of like the information that you really need to know as far as crafting goes, a lot of which is not visible in game or not very visible in game. I mentioned earlier the weightings. So you can see here that there's a weighting of 1,887 on percent increased cold damage. That is the sum of the individual weights for every tier of increased cold damage. So you could see that hitting tier 1 increased cold damage only has a weight of 12, which results in it being much less likely to hit than something with a higher weighting. Comparing this weight 25 to weight 50, you'll see that you are twice as likely to hit the weight 50 compared to the weight 25 because the weight is twice as high. So that's like when you're rolling items, why some things are more rare than others is because of the weights associated with those things, those affixes. The other really important thing to know here is tags. So increased cold damage, the affix, has the damage, the elemental, and the cold tag. There are a lot of crafting methods in the game that make use of these tags. So if you've looked at the harvest crafting bench at all before, you will have seen that there is, you duplicate this, emulator, go back to Convoking Wand. In harvest crafting, let me make this rare, there are options to reforge a rare item with new random modifiers, including a modifier with a selected type. And so you could do this for including a chaos modifier, for example. And now when I use that harvest craft on the wand, it's guaranteed that at least one of the affixes that is rolled will have the chaos tag. In this case, +1 to level of all chaos spell skill gems. So using like tags like that and crafting methods that utilize those tags lets you target or eliminate certain like categories of affixes out of the pool of affixes that you can hit. And fossil crafting is all about that. So fossil crafting is fossils will have something that it gives more of and something it either gives less of or eliminates. So aberrant fossils give more chaos, but guarantee you will roll no affixes that have the lightning tag. And so the 4-socket resonator that was recommended for this earlier, which unfortunately I did not save, but let's compute that again one more time. Once you look at the 4 fossils that it recommends and kind of like figure out the effects that it has, it will probably start to make more sense, like why those 4 fossils end up being the best for this particular craft. And you'll also get a sense of what downsides you might be facing when using those 4 fossils. Because right now, I'm just saying I want to hit the 2 plus to level affixes. I'm not also telling it that I care about spell damage, or I care about crit, like crit multi or whatever it is, the crit chance with spells or whatever you're using. And so here, looking at the corroded, jagged, metallic shuddering, corroded is more more physical ailments or chaos ailments, but no elemental fire, cold, or lightning. And then jagged is more physical, no chaos. And so This one says you get more chaos ailments, but this one says, no, you can't get any chaos. So that just says that, like, chaos is removed from the pool. But this is saying you're getting more physical ailments as well, but it's eliminating a bunch of other, like, elemental stuff from the pool. So metallic next is more lightning, but no physical. So now these three fossils together, this says you have no elemental fire, cold, or lightning, which means that the more lightning does nothing, since you're guaranteed not to have any lightning. The no physical means you don't get the more physical ailments here. The no chaos means you don't get the chaos ailment here. The no physical means you don't get the more physical here. So none of the mores end up actually mattering on these three. All that these are doing when combined together is eliminating anything physical, anything chaos, anything elemental from the pool. And then the last one that it recommends is shuddering. Shuddering is more speed, no mana. And so you're more likely with this craft to get something like attack speed or cast speed, but it'll eliminate the mana outcomes. And since this was helpful, we saw that the 4-socket resonator with these fossils was better than the 3-socket. Chances are there's more affixes, or at least more weight associated with the mana affixes than there are with the speed affixes. So we can go here now. Let me duplicate this. And I have selected all of those fossils, and now it's showing the effect on the affix pool that we're left with. And so you can see now that there aren't a whole lot of prefixes left that we can hit. There are 4 that we could possibly get on the wand. One is increased spell damage, which is fantastic, because that's something you want. That's something you benefit from. There's the +2 to level of skill gems, and there's the minions deal increased damage, which I don't know how much, like, if that scales the Dark Pact side of things directly, but maybe that's helpful for you. But this is not surprising to me, because seeing, like, how easily you can get the +2 to levels with the fossil crafting, this explains why when we were looking at the PoE Ninja builds before, we're seeing this wand has cast speed, this wand has projectile speed, this wand has minion damage, this wand has minion attack and cast speed. All 4 of the non-plus to level things have the speed tag, or have the or are still left in the pool at very least, are prefixes that are in the pool. And so it makes sense that this was probably arrived at with fossil crafting, and that's why they ended up with those mods. Chances are, if I go and look at, especially, so this one has fire damage on it, so this one, at least, it either didn't use fossil crafting, or it didn't use those same 4 fossils. Or it did, and it exalt slammed after the fact for an open prefix and ended up hitting fire damage. But if I go and find there was another +2 to levels here, I would guess, and we're seeing here as well, that there's an attack speed, and there's a minion damage. So this was also probably done with fossil crafting. But as Decor called out earlier, one last thing before I move on here that you'll want to be careful about is item levels. Affixes have item level requirements, and this is a part of why items that drop, like in maps, are better than items that drop in Act 8, which are better than items that drop in Act 2. A part of that is you can get, like, better bases that have higher level requirements, but it's also that even for an identical base that drops, it will have a higher item level, because the item level is determined mostly by the, like, level of the zone and the monsters you're fighting. And that higher item level means it's able to potentially hit higher tier modifiers. And so there's better like outcomes in the affix pool. So if you are wanting to get a +2 to level of gems wand, you'll want to make sure it's at least item level 60, because if you're using an item level 50 base, you will never get either of these. But you might want higher than item level 60, because if you want like a high spell damage on it, the T1 spell damage requires item level 84. And so before you start the sort of crafting project, you'll want to find a good base that's the like best possible like of the minion wands, if you can, because there is a couple of them. So like Calling Wand gives you minions deal 12 to 16% increased damage, whereas Convening gives 20 to 24% increased, and Convoking gives 26 to 30. If your build cares about minion damage, you would prefer to have a Convoking Wand as your base, and you'd prefer for it to be a high enough item level to roll the T1 in the affixes you care about. Do you mind last thing at the end? Show me again the process to see what I need to do to find out the fossil build like you did. Yeah. So in Craft of Exile, I go to Calculator, and I left item level blank, which means it's just assuming item level 100. If you have item level 86, item level 86 is high enough, I believe high enough for any affix at T1 on any item base. I don't think there's any affix that requires more than item level 86, so that's like a decent target to aim for, but you probably don't quite need item level 86. Let's say you have an item level 82 wand. Now you'll see that you can no longer get your T1 increased spell damage, but maybe that's good enough for you. But that's where you'd put that if you want. I make sure to click into the right type of base that I'm crafting, and I switch the method. I think method by default is Orb of Alchemy. On Orb of Alchemy, this is assuming that you're just using an alchemy orb, seeing what you have got, and then scouring, rinse and repeat. And you'll see that that's not a good way to craft this. That's going to take hundreds of thousands of alks and scours, because these are really low-weighted mods, and Orbs of Alchemy do nothing to help target the specific affixes you're after. So changing from Orb of Alchemy as the crafting method to fossils, now what you can do is, I had left-clicked on here. Let me remove these fossils for a second. Those were left over from before. I can come down here and left-click on the things that I want. So what I had done earlier, since I knew that the plus to levels were fairly rare, is I just did the plus to level of all spell skill gems and minion skill gems, and that was all. I scroll up and make sure they are in different affix groups, because if they are both in the same prefix group, then it's saying I'm fine with any outcome that has as a prefix either spell skill gems or minion skill gems. And you're wanting two different prefixes, one of which is guaranteed to be minion skills, one of which is guaranteed to be spell skills. Then once you're at this point and you've selected all of the things you want, then you hit compute best selection. If you wanted to do, so I looked in the 4-socket resonators, ended up being cheaper. But if you wanted to evaluate, it's often a good idea to also look at 3-socket resonators, because sometimes that will take more attempts overall, but end up being cheaper in the long run, because each attempt is cheaper. But in this case, the 4-socket resonator would be the one you'd want. And then you compute best selection. And that's all I showed here. Given how realistic that crafting project seems, if you're willing to tolerate a potentially higher cost, you might also consider evaluating seeing how expensive it is to aim for maybe 1 or 2 more good things. So you could go into spell damage and say, I'm fine with getting a spell damage of T5 or better. And you could look at let's say minions deal increased damage and say I'm fine with T5 or better of that. And go back up to your affix groups. And it already did this for me, but I still want to make sure I have an affix group with only plus to spell skill gems and an affix group with only plus to minion skill gems, because I still want to guarantee those two. But for the third prefix, I'm fine with either minion damage or spell damage. And now, if I compute the best selection, the cost will be higher, because it'll take more attempts to get a decent tier of one of those 2 affixes as the third prefix. But this might be something where if you evaluate like the other things you care about, you might look at this and say, oh, it's like 200 chaos more, but I'm willing to pay 200 more chaos for an even better one than just the 2 plus to level gem or plus to level prefixes. This website should be in the base game. It's so important to understand that. Absolutely. And that is like one of my biggest complaints with the game. I love this game. It's an amazing game, but it is not very new player friendly, and there's a lot of information that is just not accessible that I really wish was made more accessible. So yeah, now it'll take 58 tries, which is a lot more tries, but depending on your budget, 2,600 chaos, let me see the current exchange rate. 2,800 chaos, where is Divines? I scrolled past it. That is roughly, is that like 14 Divine Orbs? I can't math right now. Oh, I was right. Like 14, 15 Divine Orbs. Like if you're sitting on like 15 Divine Orbs and looking for an upgrade, like maybe that's worth it to you. Keep in mind it's not a guarantee to hit it in that many. That is an average. And can I simulate this in the website? Yeah, so you'd go to the emulator tab at the top, and you can emulate any crafting method in the emulator. You just have to figure out like how to do it and what does what. But you could start with a just random rare wand, and you can click the fossil crafting here and click the fossils that you're wanting to use. So in this case, corroded, jagged, metallic, shuddering, corroded, jagged, metallic, shuddering, and then click on the item. And each one of these will be a 4-socket resonator attempt with those resonators. And you can get an idea of what do I tend to hit. And there, I just got the +2 level in 4 attempts with a tier 3 spell damage and a minion attack and cast speed. So like, that would be an incredibly lucky outcome, but like, the prices shown and the number of attempts shown on the other page are an average, and you might get really lucky. You might have streamer RNG, or you might get very unlucky and it might be like twice as expensive or even more. So keep that in mind when you're kind of planning your budget and what you're aiming for. But this definitely looks like a very reasonable crafting project to me. And if you get to the point you have done this, I'd be curious if you were willing to drop back by some other time once you're done with this and show me the item you've got, or like link it to me in game or whatever. There might be more you can do with it. Especially if you get an open suffix. Because if you get an open suffix, there's some really cool things you can do with meta crafting with this sort of item. Let's pretend that I did not get projectile speed here. I showed briefly earlier that, need to zoom out slightly. Showed briefly earlier that you could do prefixes cannot be changed, and then scour to remove the suffixes. And now with no suffixes, there's potentially some really fun things you can do. You could potentially, again, to protect, you could do like a prefixes cannot be changed. And then you could do a veiled chaos orb, let's say. This has a chance of filling all of the suffixes and preventing you from doing more crafting. But now you have a veiled suffix, and maybe there's some really good veiled suffixes that you might be able to get. And so now if I were to unveil syndicate, how do I unveil? Oh, unveil's down here. So if I unveil, this could give you high tier minions have increased attack and cast speed. Maybe that would be a big hit. And then you could potentially Exalt Slam from there, or you could, again, if you wanted to do some more risk, do a prefixes cannot be changed. And Harvest Crafting has the ability to add and remove if you get White Life Force. And maybe there's a suffix that you really want with, I don't even know what we'd be looking at here. Maybe you want grants life per enemy hit, which I really don't think you would, but it's an easy example. You could go to this and do add and remove, where it adds a life modifier and it removes another random modifier. Thank you, Decor. And since you have prefixes cannot be changed, it will not remove the prefixes. So this is a 50-50 chance you might lose your veiled suffix, or you might lose the prefixes cannot be changed, which would be what you'd be hoping for here. And I missed. I got my gain life per enemy. Oh, this is per enemy killed. But let's just say, like, you can undo and try again in here. Let's say I try again, I missed again. This might be like your desired outcome, and then you do a crafted affix or a crafted suffix in the last slot. So like this sort of meta mod crafting can get very expensive, but can be really cool and has a lot of potential. And prefixes cannot be changed costs 2 divines, I believe, per time you craft it. So that is not a cheap way to finish off an item. But yeah. Can I somehow look at the item I got in PoE trade? Like a copy and paste. So you're talking about... so you're talking about looking at something like on the trade website and saying I'm looking at an item here and I want to copy it into the other program. To look at the value of an item, if I would just... Oh, I see. You're wanting to copy from here. So you could copy this into Path of Building is what I do. There might be an easier way than this. But copying this... Oh, wrong tab. Copying this into Path of Building. You can add it to your build and slot it in, and this wand would be a big upgrade. Let me see how big we're talking. That's 17%, because it didn't hit, this one didn't hit some of the other affixes. But you can attach it to your build, and there's a button here, trade for these items. And you can hit the find best here. And I haven't done this a whole lot since I haven't played in, like, the last 5 years I haven't played in Trade League. But I think this will at least get you most of the way there. So you can now copy this or control click to open it in your browser. And do that. And this will give you a search, and you can show filters to see what the search criteria are. Oh, this is showing best for your build. So this isn't showing like that specific item. This is just saying, let's assign weights and say your build really, really likes plus to level of all spell skill gems. So it assigns a weight of roughly 83 to it, where your build doesn't benefit a whole lot from flat spell chaos damage to spells, so it only assigns a weight of 2 for it. So this is a good way of like finding upgrades for your build in general. But I thought there was a way to find a similar item in here. Yeah, I'm not sure actually. I haven't played trade in a long time. It might just be something that you'd have to like manually look up. So you could just manually add the +2 all spell skill gems and +2 minion spell or minion skill gems on a non-unique wand, and say you want both of those.
I think he wants to copy from trade site to path of building.
To look at the value of the item, if I would just buy it from the trade site to path of building. Am I misunderstanding you, Jerkfish? Or were you wanting to figure out, when you said to look at the value of the item if I would just buy it, I was assuming you were wanting to look up a similar item to what you were crafting. Okay, I got it correct. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to double check. But here I could see that there are +2 to level of gems, wands that are on trade right now that you could trade for. So I think that the crafting project sounds fun and like a good learning process. This costs 342 Chaos Orbs, so it would probably be, if I'm remembering costs right, maybe this is a little more expensive. It was either like in the high 200s or like the low 300s of Chaos Orbs for the craft, if I remember right, for the just the +2 or +2 to level of skill gems wand. But like you could potentially buy one for a reasonable price and not take all of the time to do all of this yourself. But if you're wanting to learn and practice some of the crafting, this does seem like a pretty good crafting project after all, with the fossil crafting. All that I could find is corrupted ones. What's the problem with the corrupted wand? Slots? So that is fixable as well. So you can use tainted currency. There's a bunch. Oh, I'm on the wrong. I was on the wrong scene. I was looking at this wand here, but you're right. A bunch of these are corrupted. There is one for 2 divines that's not corrupted, and you can change your search criteria to look for non-corrupted. But you can use tainted currency to fix slots potentially, and the crafting bench. So the crafting bench has the ability, even on a corrupted item, you can do the has 3 sockets craft. It'll just cost like a vol orb, a couple vol orbs or something along with it. And so you can forcibly say there are 3 sockets here. And then you could do the has 3 linked crafts to make sure that they're linked. And I think you might be able to do some amount of color crafts this way, but you could also just use the tainted chromatics. Here we are. which will randomly change the colors, and you can do these until you get the colors you want. I think building it will be more fun. I completely agree. But the tainted currency and the ability to use crafting bench crafts on corrupted items is good to be aware of. Alright, I need to get back to the campaign because I want to try to reach end of the campaign on this character by the end of stream. I'm not far off from it. Thanks a lot. Yeah, no problem at all. Glad I could be of help. I enjoy teaching and helping people, and like honestly it's probably not always like the best idea from a like stream optimization, like trying to get the biggest audience possible standpoint to like dive into helping one person like as much as I just did. But like I really enjoy it, and if I could like have all of my streaming just be that, like I'd have a blast. Like I really love doing that sort of thing. So it is not a problem at all. Although, come to think of it, one of my goals for this league meant to start at league start with this. Oh, my skill is so much more expensive now. I might need to figure out mana a little bit again. One of my goals for the stream this league was to start uploading VODs to YouTube. And so I've been, since the start of the league, I've been recording VODs at high quality. And that could actually probably make a good YouTube video, is how to craft a +2 wand, how to use Craft of Exile. So maybe I'll look into editing that and getting that up on YouTube. Maybe that'll be my first video, since I haven't actually uploaded any VODs yet, despite my intent to. I'll tell you that if you just cut that part of crafting and upload, a lot of people are looking for it. Yeah. I could definitely, like, I've been intending to like start uploading VODs for the stream, because that's like easy, low-hanging fruit. Doesn't require me to like figure out video editing and stuff very much, and it's a good way to get started. But my intent is eventually to get some more informational teaching content as well. I think that's something that I feel I do well, and I've gotten feedback that I do it well. But I think that's also something that I have a something like unique to offer a little bit. Not like totally unique, but like it would be content that could differentiate me as well. There's a lot of there are a lot of like crafting guides and stuff out there already, and there's a lot of informational content about like, here's how this league mechanic works, or here's how you like play this part of the game optimally or whatever. But since I have played SSF and group self-find pretty much exclusively for the last like 5 or 6 years, I have a lot of experience with some of those like crafting specifically for SSF and group self-find, or on a low budget, or the like how to engage in this league mechanic for someone who plays a lot of SSF and maybe doesn't have the ability to invest in it in the same way that a trade player would. Well, from a newbie player perspective, most of the crafting clips on YouTube are very spastic for like how to make this ring or this or this. You explained it for kind of any item, so yeah. Yeah, and I think that's definitely something that there are YouTube guides out there that explain the like what are like affix weights, how do you use Craft of Exile, what are tags, how do you like there are videos out there that explain a lot of what I just did. But yeah, like I don't think that as a new player you run into the problem of the unknown unknown. You don't know what it is that you don't know, so you don't know what to look up. I'll be repeating that when Jerkfish gets back, but to kind of finish the thought for everyone else. Oh, you're still here? Awesome. Don't know if you ad block or Twitch Turbo or just get lucky. Sometimes Twitch doesn't serve ads during the ad break, but I didn't want to assume. But yeah, I think the discoverability of those videos is poor because like a new player doesn't watch a crafting video and know what it is that they're missing. They don't know the, oh, I need to understand like how tags work. They don't know what a tag is. They don't know why the fossil craft, that explanation that's given is good without the explanation of tags. And from a like creator perspective, I don't think it's practical to necessarily give that full explanation every video. Like it works for now. It's like I can upload the clip of that as is, and that will be useful for some people. But for people who already understand that sort of thing, there's going to be a lot of wasted like space in that video. And they may be more likely to skip it and find something that doesn't repeat everything they already know. And for players who don't know that stuff, it would be a fantastic video. But what are the chances, like, of all the people who don't know that information, how many of them are specifically trying to craft a +2 minion wand? The people who need it might not be discovering that part of the video very well. And so it's essentially targeting the very narrow audience of people who both don't know how, like, who are newer to crafting and don't understand the, like, weights and the tags and that side of things, and are also making this very specific item, where I think my, like, preferred solution in the long run is not to spend my time re-explaining that in every video, but to have, like, a solid intro to crafting video that, or maybe a couple of them that I break into parts, that explains the here's what tags are, and here's what weights are, and here's how to use Craft of Exile. And then for the videos for individual crafts, link back and reference and even call out, like, verbally in those videos, at the start of those videos, saying, if there's parts you don't understand, here's the video you should go back and watch first to understand crafting. And that, like, if that's something I were consistent about on videos for crafting projects, I think that would help the discoverability of that quite a lot. I could tell you something I learned in my years of teaching computer science. When you teach something new for someone, you should always come from the point that simplicity is most of the time the key for someone that's learning something new to understand the topic. Yeah, I completely agree. a part of the problem with the YouTube videos is if I create like a dedicated video and it wasn't just a clip from a VOD, like if I created a deliberate crafting video on here's how to craft a +2 wand in the current meta, or crafting meta, the target audience for that, I would imagine a very significant part of them, if not the majority of them, will be players who already understand the basics of crafting. And if I like regularly put out these sorts of crafting videos, that would certainly become the case as my audience on YouTube grows and as people like come to me for those sorts of crafting videos. If they've seen my other crafting videos, they'd have already gotten that explanation. And so the target audience for like an individual video is not going to be necessarily majority new players. And I want to be considering like both the newer and experienced players as the potential audience for those videos. Which, like, your point is well taken. I think simplicity is really important, but I think relevancy is also important. I know in school when I was taking computer science classes, I am a software developer. It's a fun coincidence. I would get bored out of my mind and not pay as good of attention and not learn as much in computer science classes where I felt I already knew most of the subject matter. If there was a lecture and I'm like, this is a topic I know, I would tune out. And there might be something important in there that I didn't know, but I'm less likely to hear it if I'm already in the mindset of, well, this is a bunch of information I don't need. And for YouTube, where it's not like a captive audience to some extent, where they're paying for your lecture, they're going to be there. Like, if the content does not seem relevant to someone, I think a lot of people will click away. And so I think on YouTube, relevancy is king. But I think, like, I'd be curious what you think of the approach I described, which I think is kind of a good compromise between the two. I think having the videos for the how to craft the +2 wand being focused on I'm not going and like explaining all of the basics of crafting. I'm assuming you've already had crafting 102 before you're taking this crafting 205 course. But linking back to and calling out verbally what the prerequisites are and saying, I'm assuming you know X, Y, and Z. If that doesn't sound familiar to you and you're not confident about that, I have a video linked in the description that explains those topics. I think that lets me stay focused and keep the high relevancy for the crafting project itself, while still keeping the simplicity for those who do need to understand the tags and the weights. And I could have a very focused video explaining that side of things to help intro them into the crafting project that they're trying to do. How to craft a +2 wand, how to craft most of the items in the game using blah. But what do I know? I mean, it sounds like you teach, so I do really value, like, I appreciate this conversation. This is stuff, hopefully it comes across. I have put thought into this. It's something that I'm wanting to do well. But I am very much interested in feedback from you and from anyone else listening in on the subject as well. Because this is something I do want to do, this sort of like instructional content eventually. Speaking of crafting projects, I've got a Redeemer Explode base weapon, if you think there's anything we can do with that. Well, right now, I do enjoy crafting projects and doing research on that sort of thing in Craft of Exile and all of that. But right now, I think I need to make sure I'm finishing up the campaign. Maybe that's something I could look into, possibly another stream, if you haven't figured out something by then. That was an in-game message, by the way, for anyone watching the stream who didn't catch that. Nice, yeah. Software is a lot of fun. And actually, one of the career paths I considered was, I knew I wanted to get some time in industry first, but like I had kind of considered as a possible like retirement path for me once I kind of hit the like level of savings that I wanted to reach. I considered retiring into teaching at a university level and trying to get into academics. Academics or research or both. Well, if we're going into the topic of teaching something like computer science, it's like 90% who is the teacher. Yeah, and I think that's a big part of it as well. I think I'm good at teaching, and I have gotten that feedback from others, but we'll have to see, like, as I start trying to do this sort of instructional content, like how the videos do and what sort of feedback I get. Because, like, maybe that's a useful niche for me, but maybe that's something that there's other creators that are already, like, that will do better than I would in that space, and maybe I might not end up adding much of value there. That's something I still kind of need to explore a little with time and see, like, I need to figure out how to carve out my niche on YouTube. If it's a good teacher, even learning about potatoes can be interesting. Yes. Had that conversation on stream once before too, where a friend of the channel, another streamer, Rather Be Reader, who often lurks in here, might be perking up hearing their name now. But she has spent a lot of time in like continued like education and has a couple of degrees and working on a third, if I understand right, or something along those lines. But they've kind of described having this just general love of learning, which is something that I very much share. And had a conversation with her before where I was talking about the YouTube rabbit hole of I have found myself randomly watching a documentary on baking throughout history and like particularly breads throughout history, and like how bread was baked and mass produced and stuff at different eras, and like the impact it's had on like civilization and the growth of our species and all of that. And like that is a topic that is so obscure and niche, at least relative to the sorts of things I normally seek out and learn about. But that was such a cool documentary because it was presented really well. Like the people who were teaching and demonstrating those things were passionate about it, and it showed. And because they were interested in it and excited about it, like that's contagious, and it made me interested and excited about like this like stuff from history that is honestly wholly irrelevant to my life today. Like I'm not trying to downplay history. History is really important, and there's a lot we can learn from it. But for like me specifically in the software industry or now in streaming, like I don't need to know the history of how bread's been made over time. But like it was fun. It was a good time because like they were good teachers and they had an infectious passion for the subject. And it's hard not to pick up on that sort of thing. At least for me. About your question, maybe you can do it like a series. First vid about crafting overall, second more detailed version of the first topic, but more detailed third will be like metacrafts and things like that. Yeah, and I think that's kind of a little bit what I was describing is not a series necessarily for one crafting project, but a series where they stem like multiple series. So I have like 50 different crafting project videos, and they are all series that stem from the same like crafting 101 video or crafting 102, 101, 102, 103 series. It's like watch this first and then branch out into the crafting project that you're actually interested in. And that way, the people who have that knowledge already can skip those, and they can watch the final video, and just get the concentrated. Here's the quick explanation of how you craft this and why. But for those who don't have that background, I say, hey, this is essentially the part of the series, and here's how you go back and get that information. Which is slightly different. But what you're describing is actually almost identical to how I have envisioned tackling explanatory content on League mechanics. Is I've had an idea for a heist in 30 seconds video versus a heist in 5 minutes video versus a heist in 30 minutes video, or heist in an hour or whatever. And offering essentially, not necessarily the series so much, although it could kind of be like that. Like, I probably wouldn't like, I would gloss over some of the things from the earlier videos perhaps, but have a like level of depth video where you can essentially choose, do I want the 100 level course, the 300 level course, or the 500 level course on heist or on delve or on whatever it might be. And that way people can again decide for themselves the like relevancy, and am I the player that needs the like 1 minute crash course and I'm just trying to figure out how to get into this content, or am I far enough along I want the 5 minute slightly more targeted one, or do I want the 15 minute, or do I want the hour? But essentially the idea would be having the 30-second or the 1 minute videos being a very brief, here is what this is, and maybe you don't need the whys right now, but here is how to play it. Pick these options, do these things. And that might be useful for the player who is currently like new to the game and overwhelmed by all of these League mechanics and just wanting to know, when this pops up in my map, what do I do? I'm not ready to deep dive this, but I want to feel like I'm not making mistakes here necessarily, or at least not big ones. I want to get value from this. And then later on, after that same player is past the overwhelm, they might say, okay, I actually really like Expedition. I want to learn more about it. And maybe then they're ready for the do this, and here's why, and here's the exceptions. Like, I gave you the general rule before, but maybe there's some more nuance, or maybe maybe it's different if you're playing SSF versus trade, or like, here's the why this approach is good, so you can decide for yourself, and maybe you like think through, like, maybe you're targeting something a little bit different. You're not just going for general profit, but you're wanting to get a specific unique from the mechanic, and that's why you're playing the mechanic, is you're hunting for something. And that might change things. Versus the like hour-long course on the is everything like I could find on this subject when I like did my own deep research on it. And if you're wanting to like fully min-max and completely understand like all of the ways you can scale the mechanic and what it pairs well with, and like some examples of different like atlas trees you might consider running with this, and like understand like how to play it for SSF versus for trade. Like maybe an hour's too long to your point, but like I'd have to experiment to figure out what lengths I'd be targeting. But the idea would be that people who want the really short, brief explanations can get it, but there are absolutely League mechanics that could warrant an hour-long video, even of fairly like focused, concise information. There are just some League mechanics that have a lot to them, that like a 15 or 20-minute video on it is possible and would cover like most of it, but you would still be missing things. And there's several of those. There are mechanics, clearly not paying probably as much attention as is warranted in-game. Let's refill my mana and health real quick and flasks. But there are League mechanics that I found even very experienced players who played for a long time fundamentally don't understand like really important parts of the mechanic, and end up not necessarily getting the most out of it as a result. And so I think there's room for the potentially like longer videos, whether that's an hour or a half hour or whatever it is. I think there's room for that as well, as long as it isn't at the expense of there being shorter, more focused, more accessible content too. I wouldn't want it to just be the only way to learn about this topic from me is to watch an hour-long video. And I feel like that may be a little bit of a useful, like, valuable niche for me as well. From what I've seen on, like, League mechanic explanations and, like, tutorial content of that nature, there is a lot of, like, medium length, like, content. There's a lot of here's, like, a moderate like explanation of something, but not diving into like all of the depth and detail and everything that there is to know about it, and also not a lot of really short videos for the people who don't care about the why and just want to know what to do. By the way, I don't want to just disappear, but I'm going to get me some food, so I'll be back soon. All right, appreciate you watching, Jerkfish, and appreciate the conversation too. This is stuff I need to be thinking about how to handle very soon, because I want to start putting out like a little bit of that content this league. Curious if anyone else has thoughts on the approach I've been describing with like the crafting videos or the explanatory, like informational videos about like League mechanics or the game as a whole. If other people think like the approach I'm describing seems decent, or what sort of videos might appeal to them if they were to look at videos like that. Decor, with you being a little newer, when you were like first getting back into the game, do you think if there were a series of the 1 minute explanation of Heist, 1 minute explanation of Syndicate or whatever, that doesn't explain like why or how, but just says do this, if you run into this in your map and you aren't ready to like fully learn it yet, but you just want to know what to do this. Would that sort of series been of interest to you or helpful, do you think? Or might that be a little bit too short, too narrow? Not the person to ask. I'm the oddball that will watch deep dives before even playing. Fair enough. I do still value your perspective. I think, like, there will be new players who are like that, and it's possible maybe even most new players in Path of Exile are like that. I don't know. Like, Path of Exile is a very deep game, and there are, like, maybe there's something about Path of Exile that tends to attract those sorts of players who will just deep dive from the get-go. I don't know. Ask some of the newer players in the private league. We've got a fairly large amount of them from SRG. Awesome. Yeah, I will definitely be asking around probably in the nearish future. I might also have to feel out a little bit, see what you all think of. Like, a good place to do that might be your guys' Discord server, but I'm not wanting to, like, co-opt your guys' server for sake of, like, my stream, or, like, trying to, like, use it to, push, like, those sorts of polls or questions too much. So I'd want to figure out where you all feel about, like, those sorts of questions and try to be careful and mindful about that. But, like, if it's something you guys were open to, like, that's definitely the sort of question, like, occasionally it might be really nice to be able to hit a larger group like that and get some input on. But I know that's not just you either. That would be something I'd have to ask more broadly and make sure, like, people are comfortable with. I'd have a chat with Trash about it. I'd be fine with you doing that, but it's mainly for Discord. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, and I will probably reach out to Trash at some point and see, because I want to be making sure I'm being respectful of boundaries and preferences there. Appreciated you all, those of you who've been hanging out here and supportive of the stream, and you all letting us tag along on your guys' private league and stuff to begin with. And aside from it just being the right thing to do, I want to make sure I'm being a good friend and not taking advantage of the kindness you all have shown me. Plus, it's been fun playing with you all, too. Hey, it's making the private league way more interesting for us here as well. Awesome, I'm glad to hear it. There's another thing that I mean to be figuring out fairly soon, which is what my stream has kind of been approaching this from the perspective of is last league we had a lot of fun with a unique collection private league where kind of one of like the main things we were after, like we were wanting to have fun and help each other out and just play the game too, but we had like the I really need more life, really had the like general sense of purpose and progression of trying to see how full we could fill a unique collection tab. And I understand that there are some people on your guys' sides who are kind of interested in that side of things too. But right now it's been a little bit weird with the sense of like, I think the majority of players in the event are still like from your guys' guild. And there's a mix of players across both guilds who are interested in unique collection, but we have people holding on to uniques in their own like personal tabs, and some in your guys' guild tab, and some in our guild tab, and some in my own stash. And like figuring out for those who are open to it, like a single home for those uniques and tracking progress, I think would kind of open up the unique collection side of the league for those who are interested in that a little bit more. What we settled on last league for the community event was that my personal unique collection tab was the official collection, because that way it didn't require people to be in a guild and like or pressure people to be in one guild over another to participate and to see progress. And one of the advantages of having it be a individual stash tab is that individual stash tabs, at least unique collection tabs, can be made viewable from the web browser. So even when I wasn't online, people could pull up the unique collection tab and see, do we have this unique yet? Or what are the roles on this unique I'm wanting to consider using? Plus, I was just on practically every day anyways. Any guild's unique tab is the best, I guess. Can also be made public for browser. Oh, the unique collection tabs can be? I wasn't aware of that, Tat, so I thought I tried to do that. Oh, hey. Cool, thank you, Decor. Okay, so if that can be made visible from the browser, then that probably makes a lot of sense. Using a unique collection tab instead. But yeah, that's something that I'd like to ask around and kind of feel out, like, where that lives going forward. And the way we played it in the unique collection event was like, even for the sake of like optimizing for unique collection, if we get a mage blood, or this is true for any unique, if we get a unique that is useful for someone's build, I don't think it makes sense to have it just sitting in the unique collection saying, nope, that's the unique collection one, we don't touch that. Like, we get more uniques overall and have more fun overall if people are using uniques that are useful for them. If we get a mage blood or a headhunter, it belongs on someone's build to help them find more uniques. So the unique collection is, I'd say, more so like a tracking thing than it is like some sort of exclusive things go in the collection to die and never be seen again. Seeing a stash showcase for the guild. Okay, I probably can. I'll just have to go and look into those settings, day 4. I can do that in a moment. Maybe next waypoint. But always having the possibility to get a unique in the stash by either putting it in yourself or by passing it to someone in that guild makes it, or to someone in that guild makes it way easier. Yes. Absolutely, and that's the reason that I had both options before. We do have a unique collection tab in the guild stash as well. And for people who were optionally in the guild, they could use that to quick deposit things even when I was offline. But if we could make the guild tab visible from the browser, that addressed like the only real reason I had it as an individual tab in the first place. The only question then would be which guild would we have the collection in? Then only wait for you to come on online, and if we want a unique, we don't need to wait for you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if we can make it so that the guild's unique collection tab is visible from the browser, that addresses that entire reason I had it in the personal tab. I'd much prefer the guild tab if that works. Unique collection is something a lot of SRG would be down for. Not sure how we'd want to centralize though. SRG is one at the moment. We could consider the idea of a guild merger. Have it be a private league guild instead of just two separate guilds. Potentially, I'd have to think over it. There's definitely some advantages to that. For this event and for the sake of like I think players in both guilds would probably benefit right now from all using like the SRG guild collectively, for example. Welcome back, Jerkfish. But this is one case where I will like just straight up admit I want to be forward about this. Like I do have a little bit of an incentive here too of I am wanting to try to grow my stream and get into like streaming long term. And I think if my goal is to try to like be a successful Path of Exile streamer, like having my own guild or a guild connected to the stream and the community, I think is something that makes a lot of sense for that. And is something that I'd ideally like to start trying to like grow a little bit, and in the future like things that I do with the stream might not always necessarily be tied with SRG either. Like if SRG were playing in trade and I had a league I was playing in trade and we were doing something like some sort of restricted game mode or something, I don't know, like having like there be just one guild being used for two different purposes and two different communities might have some flaws, like downsides in the long term too. So I don't know, I'd have to think about it. I'm not like wholly against the idea, but I do think having like a guild attached to the stream would be like personally advantageous for me at least, and for the health of my channel and community in the long run. So I don't know. I'll think on it. If nothing else for this league, it might be the sensible decision for this league. But I don't know, like even with two separate guilds, like regardless of what direction you go on that front, I think most of the time there will be someone online from either guild or from both guilds at any given time. And so like if the collection lived in either place, like there would be people to help facilitate adding or removing things, as long as it's like visible from the browser so people can like look into what's there on their own. Like that seems good enough, probably. Back, what did I miss? Not a ton, from your perspective at least. We changed topics fairly quickly. I needed to stand behind a pillar. I'm only like kind of keeping one eye on the game at any given point. because I've been more engaged with chat the last little bit. All right, Decor. But we've been talking about the private league that we're playing in right now. We have 2 guilds playing in the private league. One is a guild associated with my channel and my community, and another one is the guild whose event it is. They are very generously letting us sit in on an event that they're running. But my guild, at least, and there's interest in the other guild as well, is pursuing a unique collection, which is something we did a unique collection event for the last half of last league, and I started streaming at the beginning of Crucible, and for the first half of Crucible League, I was playing SSF and trying to climb a unique collection ladder to see, compared to anyone else in SSF, like, how many distinct uniques can I collect? And the common uniques, like common core drop pool uniques, are whatever. Everyone will get those pretty fast and your number will go up pretty quickly. But as you reach a point where you now have all of the common uniques, trying to figure out how to efficiently chase down like the rarer core drop pool uniques with like magic find builds or whatever, and figuring out how to target like hard to find uniques in individual league mechanics ends up being a lot of fun. It's a very different way to play the game, but it gives like a completionist vibe watching that number go up and the collection grow. And for like, there have been newer players who have joined in and had a blast, but for like more experienced players who have played the game a lot, it's just a very fresh experience and new way to play the game. Like for many of them, it was new for me, but it gives like a different sense of purpose and objectives and things that you're like going for, which makes the league feel different than other leagues. So we were kind of talking through a little bit some of the minutia and like details with that of like how are we organizing like tracking unique collection, given we have 2 separate guilds and things are a little bit different than past leagues, and like trying to figure out how to make all of that work. You can see the unique collection becoming exhausting if you do it many times over, but that's the same with all content. Yeah, and like I could agree. Like, I think everything has diminishing returns. And I forget the economic term for it. Economics, there's like the utility that you get from a given thing, and that utility diminishes as you consume more of it. And there's like some equilibrium that can get reached and whatever. That's kind of what I'm trying to reference here, but I forget the name of it. I think that unique collection is something that most people have either not done at all or have done very little of, whereas most people have, at least most experienced players, have a fair amount of experience pursuing like league challenges, for example. And so with league challenges, I've ended up playing league after league in a fairly similar way for the last like 5 years. Switching from trade to SSF and group self-find like was essentially a completely new game for me. I got a lot of like new enjoyment out of playing differently and needing to play for different objectives and deal with different problems and optimize for like different outcomes and solve like problems myself instead of just trading for them. Getting more game knowledge. And for me, going from like 5 years of SSF group self-find league challenges to last league, I really wasn't worried about league challenges until the very end of the league. And I was instead playing, like, I had reason to play every mechanic because there's uniques to find everywhere. I don't think Delve is, like, that good to run right now. It's not that rewarding. There's maybe some reason to in, like, SSF if you want to do, like, that wand crafting project, for example. But, in general, essence crafting is the meta, and there's not as much reason to run Delve. And so having an excuse to run it again was something that I really liked. And I played Delve a little bit differently as a result of Unique Collection, and played Heist and some of these other content a little bit differently than before. So it was a very fresh, exciting experience for me that I think Unique Collection will probably be that for most people, since most people have much more experience playing the game in other ways. And at least for now, the Unique Collection will be the exciting new, fresh content. By the way, I forgot to ask before, how do you even buy the fossils? Like, the part... oh, the resonator, you put the fossils in them? So there's a couple of ways you can do it. You can find them on the trade website. Let me pull this up real quick and go to Trade League. So in here, those are called resonators, and it's the prime resonator that you're looking for. And you search. Okay, so I think they're prime chaotic now is what's left. So prime chaotic resonator, and you can search and you can see them listed and buy them here. And you can do the same with the fossils, is you just look them up by name. Buying them one at a time this way can be painful if you need a whole lot of them. There is a Discord community that that a lot of people on trade use for this purpose, called the Forbidden Trove, and I can generate an invite link for this. Oh, maximum number of invites has been generated. Where do I get an invite link? You might just have to, like, search online for it. Yeah, I don't know. You might have to search for it, but it's called the Forbidden Trove. And this is a Discord server where people do, like, bulk trades, and also will do, like, trust-based trading, where if there's a trade where, for example, Harvest now has Life Force, where you could trade the Life Force. And if I'm wanting to do a specific Harvest craft, I could just buy Life Force from someone to do that. But that didn't used to be the case. And it used to be you'd have to go and seek out and find specific crafts yourself. And so someone would find and say, I have this rare craft that I want to sell. But they can't give you that craft in a safe way. So the way that that craft would get sold is you would have to trust them and give you a potentially, or give them a potentially very valuable item that you're working on crafting, and they would craft on the item. And there is room for all sorts of scams there. They could just take the item and leave, or they could take the item and do a slightly different craft on it that looks like they did the right craft, but really they weren't doing the craft that could give you the outcome you're after. Or, like, they could swap back a now bricked bow and keep the original. There's, like, so many possible scams. And Forbidden Trove has, like, a kind of reputation system where you can vouch. It's a vouching system where you can engage with a trust trade with someone, and then afterwards, like, you record that the trade happened and who it happened with, and you can vouch afterwards and say they performed this trade in a trustworthy manner and followed the rules for these trust-based trades on the site. And that way, when you're doing a trust-based trade, you can go and buy like a harvest craft, which you don't need to do anymore, but buy our harvest craft from someone who has a really good reputation on this site and has a lot of the like rapport or whatever it's called. I haven't used this because this was created after I was already playing SSF and group self-find. But that's one of the main things this is for. But there's also a lot of like bulk trading that's done on here. So if you're buying like hundreds of those fossils, that's probably where I'd go. Don't bulk buy on TFT, go to the trade website and use the bulk trading tool. Oh, for bulk selling, that's right. I forgot that bulk trading, like I said, I haven't played trade in like 5 years. The trade website also has a bulk items exchange thing now, which I completely forgot about. But you can go here and find the resonators. Delve resonators, click that, and then search and get them in bulk this way. Always lose money on any TFT trade. It's a strict convenience thing. Most people who are buying, selling on TFT are doing economy flipping. Fair. Just buy 4 sets of fossils. Yeah, and like performing the crafts is a very like fast thing. So the trading is going to be the bulk of your crafting time. So if I were in your shoes, I'd probably be buying like 10 or 20 or something at a time, and you could always turn around and sell the leftovers. Or just buy like 100 and you can always sell the leftovers afterwards. And get most of your costs back. But that's really up to you. You'll get a feel for that as you are doing the crafting project. But like crafting takes a lot of time at the high end, and that's a part of what people like will do like this sort of bulk buying and selling for is for big expensive crafting projects, if not economy flipping as numbers is saying. But people who trade at a very high level will have traders, and people who play at a very, very high level in groups will have like people who like essentially trade for them and for that group for profit, where because of how inconvenient it is bulk buying very large quantities of things, they will essentially like commission and say, I am wanting like thousands of this thing, so I'm willing to pay an extra 10% per item or 20% per item or whatever it may be for someone to handle the trading for me. And that way they get like a full inventory of the thing at a time. And so you're not at a scale, you are looking at like a commissioning like someone to trade for you. But you are at a scale where you will definitely be feeling the inconvenience of doing some of the bulk trades yourself. Oops. I did not die. I can keep my auras up. I really need to figure out survivability still. Still res capped, but don't have enough life. And I think my damage fell off a little bit too. That might have been dropping the belt. Ow. Maybe I put the belt back on. Try that. Am I still res capped? Not capped on cold res, but let's see how obvious of a difference this makes for damage. I think it's noticeable. I'm not sure if it's like night and day though. I think it's mostly just the lack of life that's getting me.
My mana is gone.
Out of curiosity, Jerkfish, are you sitting on enough currency that you could afford the average cost of the craft, or is this a case of you're likely going to need to like do some attempts and then grind some more currency and do a few more attempts?
Can't see why I'd want to do that here.
Okay, and I need to go back. I missed some stuff in Act 9. Appreciate you jumping in and reminding me of that, Numbers. I remember seeing as that was added to the game and being like, oh, that is such a nice quality of life thing. That's huge. The bulk trading stuff. But then I kind of forgot about it because I haven't interacted with it at all since. Got like 3 div at the moment, so I think it's okay. Awesome. Yeah, you should have a very good chance of being able to land at least one successful outcome in that. Possibly even go for something a little bit better than just +2 if you wanted. Hey, these divs do nothing if they sit in my bank. Yep. Already did that on the other character. So the TFT economy is misleading and kind of interesting. The majority of folks on TFT are either bulk selling an entire tab or bulk buying entire tabs. And they sell at less than 75% of an actual tab value. The purpose being the people selling them get sold very quickly, and the people buying will hope for profit. Makes sense. Did I miss it over here? Or maybe it's east. I think it's east. Yeah, and a lot of my trading knowledge is definitely outdated and should be taken with a grain of salt. That's something I probably want to eventually, like I was saying earlier on stream, like, while I prefer group self-find and solo self-find by quite a lot, I think there are reasons I could see, now that I'm streaming, returning to trade for a league or two here now and again to try to be able to better answer some of these sorts of questions and have just more game knowledge as a whole. If I'm putting out like tutorial content on like league mechanics or whatever, I want to make sure that I'm able to speak accurately towards the trade experience, which I would not have a ton of confidence in right now. At least not without getting feedback from others who do play more trade. Can always make more profit by doing the same strat the bulk buyers are doing. Harvest reroll essences results in 50% more profit from a tab of essences. Feel like I won trade last league, which is why I'm back to doing group SF. Farmed a mage blood, crafted a mirror tier item. Yeah, you absolutely did win trade last league. Feel like it is a pretty select group of people who could lay claim to having crafted a item that has had a mirror service actually used on it. I certainly can't. That's something I could see. I probably, if I had been playing trade for the last 5 years and put the same number of hours in and didn't get like burnt out somewhere along the way, that is probably the sort of like objective and challenge I would have set for myself one of these leagues. And in trade, it probably would have been doable. But like, since I've been playing SSF group self-find, like mirror tier has not been ever on the list of things I want to get done in a league. Cost somewhere around 950 divines to craft that item. Sheesh. What's the divines to mirror rate, or what was it that league? Do you remember? $500 divs per mirror when I finished it. Okay, so it was essentially a 2 mirror craft. Sheesh. Yeah, I've never made that sort of money, but 5 years ago, 6 years ago, when I was last playing trade, I was much less experienced with the game and took it less seriously too. Make sure I do this and then I'm portaling, not walking out. Oh, I'm in the middle of an ad break. I'm going to quickly take a bio break. I will be right back.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I give you everything. Held you close by the storm.
Alright, I'm back. Appreciate you all being patient with the ads and the quick bio break and grabbing a stack. Took 14 fracturing orbs to get the crucible base fractured with T1 increased fizz. Oh, that sucks. Okay, so that should help with my mana. I need to pull up other build again to see what I'm going for next. Go to this, save. Okay, so I want some instant leech. That should help quite a bit with mana. Then I also need to start prioritizing some more life. The next life I'm going to get... Oh, do I already have all the life that I would get on this tree? I think I do. Are you looking for any specific tattoos, by the way? That is a good question, Orange. Let me quickly glance. Tattoos. Oh, I thought I had this page bookmarked. Maybe I don't. Do I have it up still? No. Okay, I've got to find... oh, here it is. There we go. And I should bookmark this real quick. Need to organize those later. So my skill doesn't scale that much with plus to level. The additional projectile one, the like rare or like bigger tattoos. If I remember right, it's the additional projectile. That's the main one I'd want. For the smaller ones, rarity of items found would be one I'd probably stack some of. A bunch of, in fact. I'd want as many of those as I could get. Maybe some resists or chaos resists, possibly, since I'm not going to have a lot of ability to craft and like figure out my resists on gear, but I do have flasks that'll help. Similarly, like max resist could be good. There's one that's projectile attack damage, if I remember right, or like projectile damage or something along those lines. That would be a good one. Any that help with accuracy would be good. Accuracy is one of the things that, like global accuracy ratings, one that I am trying to get capped. Proj speed would be good. Yeah, I'm using chain and will want to be hitting as much of the screen as possible. Yeah, and I think I do have that mastery in the long run. I'd have to double check. But even if I didn't, that might be worth picking. But even without it becoming damage, projectile speed is huge with chain, because it effectively increases the chaining range as well as your time to do damage, time until damage. The time until damage is like minor quality of life, but is some survivability when I'm relying on trying to chill and freeze things before they get attacks off. But the increased chaining range will mean that the chains are more likely to happen, and will spread between packs more easily, which is a big deal. Especially if we end up doing like a trio and having a DPS carry, and I'm like specking into being like a little bit more of a Magic Find Kohler at times. In that case, the amount of damage I do won't be as important as how quickly do I do the damage to how many things on the screen. So the proj speed is a big one. Accuracy rating, like movement speed could be good. But yeah, I think it's this skills fire and additional projectile that is probably one of the biggest ones. Oh, chance to suppress spell damage could be good too. I think I'm on like 90% suppress. So a couple of these could push that up to 100 and help soloing feel much better. Anything that scales crit would be good. Flask effectiveness could be good, because the build is using a gold flask with an increased rarity suffix, as well as divination distillate. Increased flask effectiveness is increased magic find. Might maybe want some of the life regen. I'd have to like figure out like path of building it to see exactly which ones I most want. But I think those are some of the bigger ones. Flat damage could be a thing. Those are the ones that jump out to me as being worth considering. I think I life tap most things, so I don't need mana. Yeah, I think that like, and like max res is obviously good to the extent I could fit it in. But I think my biggest problem survivability wise is actually physical damage and armor, which I don't think there's a great way to patch. Me having like a Orabot or something that gives me determination, defiance banner, and some of that would help, but I'm not sure that's easy to patch for solo play. I think the build's just going to be brittle and occasionally will just blow up, but that's fine.
See ya.
A couple skill points. And now there was Calendar of Fortune. I think Calendar of Fortune's optional like side quest that doesn't give a passive point or anything. Okay, this is more expensive than I thought. One full fossil set is 50 chaos. That is more expensive than I was remembering Path of or Craft of Exile saying too. So there I would probably go back to Craft of Exile and evaluate how much a set of the 3 fossils cost. And the 3 socket resonators, because it might be that like at 50 per set, Already got 3 sets, alright. I mean, you might as well spend them if you got them. But, like, after those, it's probably worth reevaluating and being like, maybe 3 sets, like, will take more attempts, but if each attempt is cheaper enough, you might come out ahead in the long run. Okay, so I got the instant leech. And then I want to get... Unfortunately, I have life on my body armor right now, so I can't use that one. So I think I am picking up damage mostly. Get some attack speed accuracy. And get back to it. Is it hard to get these fossils, or just nobody does it, and that's why it costs like that? I don't remember the exact fossils that... If you give me the names of the exact fossils, I can try to remember if any of them are rarer ones. Most of them, I think, were relatively common fossils, which you could potentially find yourself in Dell. Is it the fossils or the resonators that is making up most of that cost? More fossils are more rare and not that many are running Delve. Yeah, like, fewer Delve runners is probably a big part of it, because fossil crafting is, like, out of meta to some extent. I'm sure that is a factor.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
Okay, so I am also wanting to do something I forgot to do the last couple of times I've been back at town or hideout. I think Craft of Exile doesn't factor in the cost of resonators. I thought it had, but maybe not. But that would easily explain it. That's like, I could very easily have just been mistaken there. Okay, so I was wanting to get another aura. What aura do I go for next? Anger, haste, determination. Is this assuming...
Let's go.
Okay, so here. Precision, anger, haste, grace. So this is assuming some gear. Okay, so this is not the leveling stuff. The leveling stuff's in here. I am currently not running anger. So let me get that. And a haste. Still going to be trying to run Purity of Elements. I think. Jagged 3, Metallic 1. Yeah, I think Corroded and Shuddering are both, like, among, like, the common the common fossils. There's, like, a whole bunch that are all, like, fairly common, but the higher prices on the Corroded and Shuddering might be because of higher demand for those specific ones. But with Delve, there's a page on the wiki for Delve. Whoops, PoE Delve. Where you can see the different biomes and what fossils each biome drops. And so if you were wanting to delve for some of these yourself, you could look and see that let's see, you want corroded, shuddering, jagged, metallic. So 2 of those drop in petrified forest. And the expensive ones are corroded and shuddering. Are there any of these that drop those 2 together? No. But you could see where they drop, and just run like sections of delve that go through those biomes, and blow up the walls on the side and look for fossils behind them. And doing that, like, they're not rare fossils. It might be worth the time to do that yourself. The order I put the fossils in don't matter. No, they do not. You can put them in any order. Although once you have socketed every fossil, you're unable to take them back out. So you want to make sure you do have the right set of fossils before just throwing things in willy-nilly. But yeah, here's the wiki page on the Delph biomes, if you end up wanting to go that route. Okay, so I am dropping War Banner, it would seem, as well as possibly Herald of Thunder. It's still running Blood Rage at this point. No. I should have done the swap ages ago. Or Herald of Ice. I do want to try to fit Purity of Elements in still if I can. Does still use Sniper's Mark with Mark on Hit, which makes sense, but it doesn't show a third thing in that link. Oh, it's just with unattack, it's not a linked attack. Okay. So we will link those 2. That's all fine. This is also where we start looking at Mana Forged Arrows. With Frenzy and Coal. Frenzy and Coal. So I want those all linked up. Cast when damage taken a Mortal Call. We'd want those linked. Okay, I think that's most of what I'm going to be able to fit in right now. It might actually be more than I can fit. We'll have to see. So first of all, mana reservation efficiency. Can I run... Hey. I thought I was running Purity of Elements. Guess not. Okay, well that would help my resist, if I could fit it. So I can use these 2 with a bit left over, but it's not going to be enough for Purity of Elements, and I do need a bit of mana, so that might be a quality of life thing later. Could I socket this in and make it work? Okay, I can't even do a 25%er. Okay. So that lets me know what I'm doing with my auras for now. So now I need to set up links and sockets. So I need 2 red links, 2 green links ideally. This is going to lean heavily towards red. So let's link that 4 linked, that 2 linked. I still have this helm, which I've probably outgrown, but that's fine. I think ideally, so I'd put these here. I'm trying to think if I want this 4 linked or not. I don't think I want it, all of them 4 linked. So I could do this and put Frostblink in, and Frostblink would be made more expensive due to Culling Strike. That's probably fine. Yeah, that's fine. And that leaves me with, I need those 2 linked. Okay, so I just go for greens. I think it's fine for me to do this. And I can't do Immortal Call directly. Can't do Frenzy directly. So I think that's good. And hopefully that should help a little bit with the survivability and damage. Are all the chips gone I need to know? They are unopened. I grabbed them just earlier on stream. If you bring me 2 paper bowls, I could get you some. Love you, dear. Do we have Marlene's Fallacy? Or Mary Lean's? Guess I'll just like Fallacy. It's easier to spell. Okay, I don't have it. Let me check the guild stash. Nope. I had a food, alright. You don't need to throw them at me, dear. Alright, one sec. The wife's hangry over here throwing bowls at me. Upset I stole the chips. I'm exaggerating, obviously. She's doing fine. Yeah, these are sea salt and vinegar chips, which I'm a big fan of. But I know those are a little bit controversial and not to everyone's taste. Okay, so I have figured out new auras. Surprised it doesn't have me get the life here. I might go for that anyways, even though it doesn't suggest it yet. Because I could use some more life. Some of that's just I don't have enough flat on my gear. Prism Weave's so good, but I could use the flat life. At some point it would make sense for me to throw an actual quiver on. Alright, let's finish up. Act 10's pretty quick. It'll be nice being able to play this in maps.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Base breakers with 776. Nice. Considering rolling a Facebreaker build at some point. Plan was to get this build online and then respec my Righteous Fire build into a Facebreaker build. If and when find enough of the gear for it. I feel like there might have been something I was in the middle of that I've forgotten about, but I have ADHD and often have that feeling. Sometimes it's just, I think, I have the feeling out of the habit of having that feeling more so than there actually being something I'm forgetting. Probably fine. Okay, so I do need to be careful. So Mark on Hit I can level, Frenzy I can level, Mana Forged Arrows I can level. I need to figure out what level they do with Immortal Call. Okay, so cast 1 damage taken, they keep at 1. And then Immortal Call I need to stop at 3. If you're still around, dear, work go well today? One more day until weekend.
My mana is gone.
Probably also be using better flasks at this point, but I just need to get to maps and I'll sort out the rest. Okay. So I need to be mindful of what I'm leveling here. I think this one's the Immortal Call, yeah, so I can level all the way down. And the Immortal Call I should be able to level once after this one. Oh no, so it's already level 2. So we're going to level 3, and next time I need to catch it. Okay, I think that's all I'm here for. So now we go talk to Whalem. Oh. Was that all that was up there? I am spacing on end of the campaign.
Can't see why I'd want to do
I
that.
think that's all that's there. For some reason I thought that was something I needed to do. Maybe I was thinking of other zone up that way.
By the time we're through, no one will be able to.
Or, oh, I think I know what was happening. I was getting mixed up. I need to go up right for Torched Quartz, but I think I was mixing it up with the Reliquary or Ossuary, whichever one that the zone I did wasn't. Quest, which I think is one I want to do, or need to do. So I did Ossuary, so I think it was the Reliquary that I was getting mixed up with. I do need to head this direction, but not for that reason. I'm showing off how much I obviously pay attention through the campaign. Oh, did I? Okay, that's a Mortal Call. I got lucky there. I almost accidentally leveled a Mortal Call. Fortunately, it wasn't quite, didn't quite have enough experience yet. And here I was working towards accuracy. Okay, so that setup should help a lot with my damage now, which we are about to put to the test. I'm going to be grinding some levels on this character anyways, so I might do some of that in Desecrated Chambers before going up to maps. Because this area has such good experience. Let's not die. Trying to see what's going on in chat. The Dancing Dervish. Am I missing context for why Numbers is winning the game? Something. Oh, this was past 2 Numbers. Got it. I was looking for like a message from Numbers. Level of socketed duration chips. Oh man. Increased max life, fractured armor life, with a T1 life strike. That is actually wild. Yeah, that's insane. Like, the double corrupt would be good regardless of the rest, to some extent. Like, it would need to be a usable item, obviously. But, with the rest, too, sheesh. Well, this might be my new, quiver very soon here. Sort out life and resist, and can, like, once I hit maps at least, throw attack speed or something on it and call it a day. See if any of these are, thing. Max roll life corruption on top of the required +2 duration. Absolutely insane. Could have been +1 socketed. Man, just, it's garbage. Throw it away. Dime's right. Okay. I'm like pausing here because I don't have a ton of good gear for when I hit maps. So there's, like, I actually want to be looking out for what I do once I'm swapping bows and quivers. superior determination. That's fine. Don't mind if I do. And power exists, yeah. Wand level 81 should be okay, right? That really depends on what you're going for. If I remember right, I think the T1 spell damage was 82. That's going off of memory. But, like, if you're fine not going, like, not having T1 spell damage in the, like, in the cards, not being able to get that as a possible outcome, like, T2, T3, or whatever would be fine, too. The really only essential thing is you're going for the 2+1 to levels, and the level requirement for that was like pretty low, like 55 or 60 or something like that. And so as long as you're above that, like, you can hit your plus to levels, and you just might get lower tier everything else. But that's something I wouldn't go off of my memory on that. I would pull that up in Craft of Exile yourself and look through each of the mods. And what I do is I click on each mod that I might want. And that way they all get highlighted. And then I look at what the highest tier, the highest eye level requirement is for T1 of every mod I care about, and that's usually what I go for. There are some exceptions to that. Sometimes, even if it means you can't hit the theoretical best affixes for your build, sometimes an item is much easier to craft on a lower base. So if literally all you cared about was the 2+1 to levels affixes, you could use an item level like 60 base or whatever it is, and that will increase the likelihood of hitting those, because all of the affixes that require a higher item level will be taken out of the pool. And so the plus to level affixes will represent like a greater percentage of the total weighting available on the item. 50 chaos click, good luck. Oh, and by the way, my current character name in-game is that. Feel free to add me in-game if you want, or if you want to like link me a result or something in chat to see if you manage to hit something.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Yep, just accepted. Stream delays, a weird thing sometimes. First real upgrade I've had in like 3 days. Man, that's gotta feel good, finally hitting it. Especially with it being such a big upgrade. Normal item, 20% quality. Yep, I mean, 20% quality is fine. The quality in the case of a Convoking Wand, I think just increases like the one physical damage or something like that, if I remember right. So the quality's not even all that important. I wouldn't bother like trying to over quality it or anything. It won't change the likelihood of you hitting the affixes you're going for. An item being qualityed can make it easier to 5 or 6 link though, so it's worth qualitying items before you use jewelers or fusings. And I've died at the same spot at the end of this twice now. I was planning on grinding this a couple of times for experience anyways, but I need more max life. I suppose I could consider swapping out for this. Oh, and then all my attributes are messed up. I need 130 int. Oh, but I don't need a leveled frost blink. I need 72 int for my current gems. 57, 88 strength. First roll, no luck. Second, close. Getting there. That's probably already an upgrade for you. You could stop on, like, if you hit one that's an upgrade, you could stop and buy another base and use the upgrade as a fallback. Because the base is the cheap part. Yeah, stream delay is unfortunate sometimes. Exactly what I expected to happen. Spent 1,500 fusings on the Dendrobate, then Covenant drops. Yeah, that hurts. I have very much been there before.
Hello there, exile.
What do you need?
Freedom comes. For freedom.
Sorry, Dime. Maybe I'll buy another set. Yeah, I'd evaluate the cost of the 3-socket resonators first. And maybe consider, do you go 3-socket, 4-socket, or do you try to grind some of the fossils yourself? 120 tries at how much cost per try if you were to buy those 3 fossils and resonators, because that's oh, and it's 8 chaos less. Okay, never mind. 8 chaos more, saving tries is the important part. Okay, so here I could fix a fair bit of attributes at the cost of a little bit of damage by throwing on Carnage Heart. And that helped with everything except I need a little more strength and a little bit, and a D-leveled Frost Blink. Tapula at home. Anyone's new to the guild is wondering why they bother keep me around. That's why. They just throw Meno, all of the crafting resources and say, do the crafts for us. Oh, it's 16 chaos compared to 50. Yeah, and so I'd just math out, multiply the cost per attempt by number of expected attempts and just see which one looks better. How are my resists looking if I take that out and that out? I'm still resist capped for now. So I think what I do is I grab a strength here, and that lets me get my Immortal Call back on. And then I buy a Frost Blink at level 1 and try to remember to keep it that way. And that should help quite a bit. I could also, I have some gear I'm probably going to use for a little bit at this point. Let's craft a couple of things. That's good enough for now. Don't have an open prefix on the ring, unfortunately. Or on that, or I do have an open prefix here. Let's get some life. No open affixes. No open affixes. Unique. Don't think I'm needing any suffixes especially badly. Let me double check. I guess I could have gotten the strength that way. Attack speed's fine. Those will be replaced pretty soon. It might not even be worth spending on. body armor. We want what? Maybe a chaos resist. I have cold chaos. I do have cold chaos. There we go. That should help quite a bit. Okay, I'll do one more roll for the 4, then some 3. Good luck. Yeah, and in your shoes, I would be, if I remember right from the Path of Building, +1 to all minion gems on its own was not an upgrade, but it was a very minor upgrade if you were able to craft like spell damage or something on it. So chances are any hit of +2 levels would be an upgrade for you as long as there's an open affix. And so I'd probably have 2 bases, and I would roll 1 until I hit any +2 level, and then I would start crafting the second base. And once you have a +2 level on both, I would Path of Building to compare and see which one's better, and then craft over the top of the worse of the 2 bases and just repeat that until you end up with a +2 to level. I'll roll for them, then probably farm some Delve for the first time. Yeah, Delve is fun. I like Delve a lot. I don't think it's like super rewarding to run right now, usually. In the case where you want specific fossils and you have direct like cost savings running it, that may change the equation. But like, it's not something I'd recommend running for profit normally right now. Unless you were like deep delving. I think, from what I understand, deep delving might still be profitable, but not as much as it used to be. I'd have to look into that again. Take all that with a big grain of salt, but it used to be that fossil crafting was much more like in meta, because as you're seeing now, for certain things like fossil crafting can be incredibly strong. However, a couple leagues ago, or maybe the last league or the league before last, they made it so that you could use essences on already rare items, and it would just re-roll, kind of like it was a Chaos Orb. And that makes it slightly more convenient to use essences. And not all essences, but you could do that on the top 2 tiers of essences. Makes it slightly more convenient to craft with essences, but it was actually a huge upgrade, because it made it so that you could use essences on fractured bases. I thought essence for a very long time, like even going back like a year ago, I'm pretty sure you weren't able to essence fractured base. I thought that was only added somewhat recently when they added the ability to use essences on already rare items. I'd have to check patch notes. But yeah, essences are not complete RNG. They guarantee a mod, and if you're using the if they are the highest tier of essence, the deafening essences, the mod that they guarantee can often be better than you can naturally roll on an item. So if T1 life is like 100 life on an item, the deafening essence of greed might give 110 or something, to just make up numbers. which can be really, really good. A lot of builds, there's like one modifier that you especially prioritize in value. Okay, so maybe you could always do it. I thought that being able to essence fractured items hadn't always been a thing. But maybe I'm just mixing things up. I played somewhat less over like the last couple of years than I did back at the time of Essence and Delve and Harvest and Syndicate. Huh. Yeah, maybe I'm just completely mistaken here. I'll have to look into that later. Maybe that's just a false memory I have for some reason. I was mixing it up with something else. Because, like, I don't think essence crafting's always been this meta, right? Like, even, like, a year ago, I thought, like, fossils were more relevant. Fracture availability changed that? Okay, that could make sense, too. But anyways, so essences could be strong to begin with, and some of the essences give mods that you can't get in other ways, which can be very powerful too. But the combination of being able to use essence on fractured items, if you get a base that has a fractured affix that you want, and you use an essence, you can guarantee 2 of the 6 affixes you're going to get on an item are like T1 rolls or T0 rolls in the case of the essence of affixes you really care about. And so getting 2 very high tier affixes that you want guaranteed is really strong. And what you can do is you can buy multiple copies of those essences or grind out multiple copies of those essences and span several of them until you get a 3rd affix as a reasonably high tier of something you want to. And that becomes especially strong with metamod crafting because you can, let's say the fracture and the essence are both prefixes. Then you can spam them until you get a 3rd useful prefix. And then you can prefixes cannot be changed to protect those and continue crafting. At this point, it's pretty expensive to continue crafting. But then you could continue crafting to get some useful suffixes too. So at that point, like, with a decent number of essences, you can get like a T0 of whatever the essence gives you, a T1 of whatever's fractured, and aim for like a T2 or T3 of a 3rd modifier, and then roll for good suffixes afterwards. Alright, good luck, Jerkfish. Looks like a miss. The worst roll out of all the 4. Ah, that's unfortunate. And to some extent, like, this is crafting in Path of Exile. It is very RNG and often is just brick, brick, brick. Oh, this is promising. Let's try something. Brick, start over. It's generally only like at high levels of investment with crafting. Oh, we're in ads. But generally only at relatively high levels of crafting investment that you can actually get like reliable like save points that you can go back to an imprint or use meta mods to protect half of an item or something. Time to go and farm again. Yep. So Jerkfish, have you run Essence at all? Or is this a case of, like, are you unfamiliar with how Essence works? Used to run them every league. Okay. You have a general idea then, at least. Early on, assuming you haven't run much or any this league, early on you'll want to push depth, because at greater depths you will get greater rewards. You'll be more likely to find a greater number of fossils. And there's certain like biomes and like cities and stuff that won't appear unless you're below a certain depth too. But after you're like relatively deep, then you can go just go wide, and if you go like too deep it becomes very expensive and you spend a lot of time getting sulfite. But at like a comfortable enough depth, like maybe 200, 250 or something, it's still relatively cheap to travel long distances, and going horizontal keeps that relatively cheap cost, which is probably what I'd do for fossils personally, since you're only looking for common fossils. I don't have my syndicate cheat sheet up. Let me do that. Okay, I'm looking at the UI of the cart and WTF is going on. What do you mean?
My mom is gone.
Thought I had saved. There are like 6 rooms in each floor. Okay, so what the Delve has been mostly unchanged for a long time. What has changed is that you used to always start at the top and have to explore and go deep yourself. Now, as you like level up and progress through campaign and maps and stuff, the cart, like, you will get some progress automatically, and it stops at a certain point. It won't go beyond a certain depth, and you're probably there now, but you'll get like already explored like narrow vertical section, and you'll want to go off of the bottom of that section and continue going down. By each floor, if you mean horizontally, like, you can go and explore horizontally off of those, but there's fog of war on either side, so until you go and explore to the sides, you're only seeing a little like narrow section of Delve. You can still go and explore off in any direction as far as you want. Okay, so we're in transportation with Corel, Haku, Chimera. We don't care about Haku at all. So it's between Chimera and Corel. And if that's not what you meant, then I don't, you might have to explain a little bit more what you're seeing. Haku removed, yes please.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Are the fossils, and the fossils are just drops? Not exactly. If you give me a second, I can swap characters and show you how I would look for fossils. Let's put this here, and that there, and that there. Should explain walls in darkness. Yes, I'm about to. So let me, I want to get to the waypoint down here, and then I'll swap characters to one that can run delve better than I would trust this build to. Oh, don't stop just because of me? Oh, it's a pretty quick explanation. And maybe I'll get something good from a little bit of delve anyways. Delve's a very like visual league mechanic. It's easier to show, I think, than to try to just explain with words. Okay, so this is my Righteous Fire build. Righteous Fire, I think, is a decent delver. Some builds are better than others for it. But I have done almost no delving so far this league. Let's get a bit of darkness resist. For sake of demonstration, let me stock up on flares and dynamite. A little more dark resist. Free up inventory. So there's a couple of things in here that are worth pointing out. So one is sometimes you get nodes that don't appear to be connected to anything. When you see these, there is actually a path, you just haven't found it yet to get there. So the rules for how nodes connect is a node is allowed to have one path leaving the node, 3 paths, or 4 paths. And you'll see examples of each of those if you look around. So here there's one with 4, there's one with 3, there's one with 1 edge leaving the node. So here there's an example that doesn't fit that rule. This node here has 2 edges leaving it. So here there is actually a 3rd hidden path, and that path is very likely the one that leads to the frigid recess here. So if you see a reward you're wanting to go for that's not connected up, that's kind of how you find it. And it won't always necessarily be from a node with 2 paths branching from it. It can be one with 3 paths, because it's valid for a 3-path node to go to a 4-path node. But it'll almost never be a dead end like this, unless there are actually 2 hidden paths off of that node, which are very unlikely. As far as finding fossils go, like I said earlier, I'd start at the bottom of this, and I'd push depth down to like maybe 200 or 250 or something, and then go horizontal. For sake of very cheap demonstration, I won't go very deep. Actually, I might start here. This is long enough. This would be fine. Let me find a really good example. I want a relatively long one that's relatively cheap. Okay, so here, this is a very, very long path. I'm ignoring biomes right now, but you will want to pay attention to what biomes the path goes through and which biome you're in while you're running, because that'll affect what rewards, what fossils you'll find. But while you are delving, If you are in the darkness, you will start getting stacks of darkness, which you can see in the top left here. And those stacks of darkness do like exponentially increasing damage over time to you. My build has a ton of regen, so it's taking a long time for those to start really hurting me. So having lots of regen can be nice. You can reset those stacks of darkness by hopping into the light. That could be by going close to the cart. That could be by dropping a flare. Those are really the only two light sources. Or by doubling back on a already explored section that has the path lit up from where your cart like explored before. So here there's a side passage. And I could go here and find, sometimes at the end of side passages are walls like this. I could drop a flare next to that wall to blow it up, and there will be rewards at the end. You can do this while the cart is going. It's a little bit riskier, but it's more efficient if you are comfortable doing it and have a build that can handle it. Is you can check all of these side passages and stuff along the way. Alternatively, once you have finished exploring a section, you can double back afterwards, and the entire like rope that's being laid down will be lit up at that point. And so it'll be much safer for you to go back and explore all of those side areas, because you'll always have light nearby, and you aren't risking like losing the sulfite you invested in it. Because right now if I die, I've spent some sulfite to get here, and I'd have to respend that. However, if you die while like doubling back like that, you will lose the ability to like get fossils, if I remember correctly, from that section in the future, like to go and revisit that section. I'd have to remember exactly what it was. You get more sulfite primarily from mapping, yes. There are scarabs, Nico scarabs, that you can use to guarantee that Nico will be in your maps, and to get increased sulfite from Nico. There are also nodes on the Atlas tree that you can invest in, which increase the amount of sulfite you get from Nico. And there is also a node that you can use that gives you a fixed amount of sulfite on completion of a map every time you kill the map boss. And so like the most efficient way, as far as I'm aware, to get sulfite, a lot of sulfite quickly, is speccing into it on your Atlas tree and using a winged or gilded Nico scarab, sulfite scarab or whatever it's called, and then running the map with that. You want to run high tier maps. And I'm not certain on this. I think the amount of sulfite you get might scale with quant too. Map quant. I'm not confident in that. I know I've done small tests. Scales with map quant, not party quantity. Okay. I actually tested party quantity before, and my conclusion, it was a relatively small test a while ago, but my conclusion was that the total sulfite, I thought, did scale with quantity, but each player gets less. So instead of getting like 2,000 sulfite total, you'll get like 2,500 or 3,000, but it'll be divided between the two players. So if you are playing in a party, you can like get more utilization, like more value out of your resources if you're spending on getting like gilded or winged scarabs by running it with a party and sharing the rewards. although you'll only get the rewards if you're nearby when it's opened. Run Nico Scarabs on Coves, Atoll, or City Square. Yeah, maps, so you can very quickly explore or see a lot of things from like a central area or where you spawn in can be good. So here I reach the end of this node, and I can like get the rewards and stuff from this now. But now this entire path is lit, and I can go and double back now. And you could also explore, you can go back to the mining encampment. I don't have very many flares and dynamite right now, so I can go back to the mining encampment. And then you want to be careful re-entering. You can click the subterranean chart here, and you want to click this button, the visit the mine button in the top left, not one of the nodes, because that will re-instance. But if you click this button up here, you'll return back to where you left off with all of the same loot and everything. And now you can explore along the now lit rope and explore all of these side areas if you want to. If you have enough dynamite and flare capacity and you're sparing about how you use them, you don't need to double back and do all of this like exploration twice. Which can save a lot of time if you just do it all on the way in. But as I said earlier, it is more risky to do it that way. You can't kill mobs or do damage to them even while they're in the darkness. They need to be near a light source. So having phasing can be really valuable. And being decently tanky can be helpful too. But you'll see here, I'm not using flares on all of these side passages. I'm trying to last as long as I can on my regen and on my life flasks to preserve the limited quantity of flares that I have. And with a build with decent regen, I haven't actually like purchased any max flare capacity. If you're deliberately trying to explore, you will want max dynamites and max flares. But here there's a resonator cache, which might be something you'd be looking for. But you could explore a huge amount of areas without needing to have very many flares or use very many flares or dynamites to do so. But where you're going to see most of your fossils is behind those fractured walls. So the fractured walls are the main thing that you're looking for here. Once I reach the end and I'm not seeing a fractured wall, I am turning around most of the time. I'll pick up some resonators, or if I see like a currency chest, I'll grab it. But this is like the relatively, like, both of the ways of checking these side areas so far that I've mentioned are the relatively safe ways to do so. Oh, I don't have more dynamite, and there's a wall there. There is, with a build that has enough regen and ability to handle it, the ability to explore very deep out and into the darkness. You can get more value for your soul fight if you use your soul fight to go like in a single direction. In my case, I'm heading, like, let's say I'm heading west overall on the map, in the delve map. You can then go and at a node, if you have a good build for delving, a really good build for like darkness delving, you can last in the darkness for a very long time, especially if you don't care about dying sometimes. If you're not like worried about keeping the experience to the next level, maybe you've just gotten a level recently, I can go here and explore off this way without spending the soul fight to actually explore and like travel that direction. And you could just go off into the distance a very, very long way, and eventually the darkness will catch up and start going past your regen. and then you hit a flask and it goes past it again, and you hit another flask, and you like make it last as long as you can, and once it's reaching the point it's starting to look really scary, then you drop a flare. And that completely resets your darkness stacks and lets you continue going the same distance you just traveled all over again. And you can use that to travel extremely long distances exclusively in the darkness without spending the soul fight to explore those areas. So another thing worth mentioning, let me top off on these. And having lots of max flares is really helpful for that strategy. Another thing worth mentioning is Nico will sell some resonators and sometimes can sell fossils too for azurite. And you can get azurite just by mapping if you have mining byproducts. When you open the Nico mining nodes in a map, this will give you a little bit of azurite. And so just by mapping, without even running any delve, you can get azurite to afford upgrades in delve. But if you're the sort of person you decide you just hate delve, you can still get a little bit of fossils and resonators just by sitting there at max sulfite capacity. You don't care to run delve, you'll just let it stay at the cap, but still opening Nico as you run across the Nico nodes, and just getting bits of azurite here and there, and then spending that azurite on purchases from Nico. But yeah, as Numbers was saying, you can invest, like, fully spec into delve if you're really wanting to focus on it. It's all good. But if you're wanting to go like a little bit cheaper, if you're doing like delve along with another strategy that slows down your mapping and not just running maps purely for delve, sulfite infusion isn't necessarily that good unless you're doing a fast mapping strategy. And you don't necessarily need the chance at additional Nico missions on completion if you're forcing it with the scarabs. What is really good is the stuff that increases the amount of sulfite you get. And also, Packed with Energy is just silly. It gives you extra max elemental resistances for each sulfite vein or chest you've opened, gives you more damage, and most importantly, it gives you more move speed. So if you pick this up and you're forcing Nico to be in every one of your maps, and you're grabbing the sulfite veins as you come across them, you end up just flying by the end of the map, and it makes it very, very fast to just run map after map that way. One other very low investment strategy, if you are not wanting to purchase a bunch of the Nico Scarabs, which I think is worth doing on trade, but if you're doing this in SSF and you just don't have a lot of the Sulfite Scarabs, you can spec into Sulfite Infusion and only Sulfite Infusion, and go down to white or yellow maps, something that you can just zoom through very, very fast and sustain very well, and just go and kill the map boss. Open a new map, just skip everything, run straight to the map boss, kill the map boss, open a new map, and rinse and repeat. And that can add up pretty fast too, if you aren't needing to sustain the maps and you're willing to just burn through and like essentially waste a ton of maps on that purpose. You will get less per hour than you'll get by actually investing into it and forcing Nico with Scarabs. And then the last thing is you also have the ability to use master missions. And so it won't be as good as the Scarabs, but if you're trying to, again, save on cost, or you're playing like SSF and don't have the Scarabs, you can use master missions to add Nico into your maps. And this again pairs well with the strategy I was describing earlier, where if you're an SSF and you don't have the scarabs and it's like takes a bunch of time to grind and get those scarabs and you just want soul fight now, I will alternate back and forth between being invested in getting more soul fight from Nico and a strategy where I'm running soul fight infusion and I spend most of the rest of my points on adjacent map drop chance to duplicate maps, and something like shadow shaping to kind of help, or singular focus to kind of help me sustain like a lot of maps that I care to run. And with that sort of setup, I also spec into chance to grant an additional Nico mission on completion wherever I can. I also get the chance at Nico missions. I thought there was another. So a mining partnership you'd spec into with that. You'd spec into all this delve mission chance here. And then you just burn through maps, and you'll actually, with the right tree, like enough investment in chance for drops to be duplicated, chance for additional adjacent map to drop, and something like singular focus or shadow shaping, you can actually have positive map sustain with that sort of strategy. And so you could run it forever. And you just run that for a long time, and you get a whole bunch of the soul fight from soul fight infusion, but you also generate the Nico master missions very, very fast with that strategy. And so then you can like grind up and get 50 or 100 Nico missions. And then you respec and spec into actually forcing Nico in every map and getting as much Azurite as you can. So that's how I tend to approach Delve. And feel free if you have any questions. I'm happy to talk over it a little bit more, but I think that's most of it. Numbers, Dime, did I miss anything that I should have called out? There are also nodes in Delve that give rare fossils. And if you see those, they are worth running. Even if those aren't the fossils you're looking for, those rare fossils will be good money. And will help you be able to afford to buy some of the fossils you're missing. Like I said, I'll probably just stay on other mechanics for currency and buy fossils. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, Delve's a mechanic I like a lot. It's a lot of fun running Delve. I'm a little sad that I think overall, unless there's like something specific I need down there, it doesn't feel super rewarding to run anymore. Okay. I'm grabbing a little bit more life, and I am finishing up Act 10, and then I will be grinding out some levels and maps. But I am very nearly at the point I can start, like I just need some gear, and I could start putting on a little bit of Magic Find, and I can start pushing Legion very soon here. Oh, I will need to figure out respecing my Atlas tree. That is a thing that needs to happen. Plan for that was to spec into Exarch altars and use that to grind out some of the Atlas respecs I need, and mapping currency I need because I'm low on currency too. I do still have a bit of a mapping grind before I'm really pushing Legion. Okay, so I'm looking for the tier. There it is. Oh, guess my inventory's full of mostly junk. Oh, I guess that was for a belt. Whoops. I could have sworn one of these other missions was for a passive point or something that I needed. The control blocks? Kind of just haphazardly running campaign at the moment. No notes going off memory, and my memory's not that great of campaign, because I historically have only done campaign like once or twice per league, and it's never something I've really like practiced speedrunning and like memorizing what I need to do and in what order. Gotta sleep, it's 1 AM here? Alright, hope you have a good night, Jerkfish. Best of luck with your wand craft once you get back to it. Okay. Every skill gem I have wants to level up. Take care of all of that.
My mana is gone.
That extra life feels so good. Actually able to tank some things now sometimes. It's annoying. Immunity phases are not my favorite mechanic. I know that's a very unpopular opinion, but immunity phases mostly bad. Ooh, awaken deadly ailments. That might actually be. There may be others who are looking for it before me. I think that might actually be one of the awakened gems that makes a big difference for the magic find. So awakened ally damage with attacks. Awakened ally damage with attacks. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it was some like variation of the build. Yeah. Awakened ally damage. Never mind. That's what it was, passive point. Or, let's see, passives. What am I missing? Okay, I've got all of this points from quests. I've done that. I am missing 2 Pantheon kills. And I have not run my labs yet. Or wait, I ran first lab, I think. Let's see. No, I haven't descended. So I should run lab. Which I need to go here to access. And I'll probably respec later unless this is identical. So eventually for Magic Find, I'm wanting Gathering Winds, Focal Point, Endless Munitions. What does this suggest? Far Shot instead. No, I think I just go Ricochet from the beginning. Chain is good.
Standing on the edge of a cliff, realize there must be more to life than this. Reaching for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Just where my hidden from him sinned.
Feels nice to finally have build essentially at maps. Nearly done with campaign. Just running a little bit of lab before I deal with resist penalty, although I think I should just be fine. If nothing else, I swap quiver and I'll be good. Or craft a resist on something.
The weary traveler draws close, is only as efficient as those he commands.
And this we put into more life.
Such receive your mark. Only one of your lessons was completed, Ascendant.
My monitor low.
What counts is that word when you start, even if it hurts me or I get scared.
I'm probably only a couple of days off from being able to actually Magic Find. So Dime was saying before that it sounds like Dime, you have a bunch of Legion Scarabs you were planning on throwing my way. If that's the case, once I'm like feeling confident enough in the build to make good use of those, I don't want to just waste them. Then I should be able to grind out the Timeless Jewel pretty quickly. And I think that's the main thing that I'm needing for being able to start doing Magic Find. I probably have a, like, maybe a day of, probably not even quite a day of just grinding some maps and filling out map progression a little bit more, leveling up. And then I would be ready to be running Legion. And at least running it in maps to start getting the emblems. Probably wait on running the emblems for another like day or two until I feel like I have a fair bit of like decent gear and power on the build. Yeah, we are not far off from Magic Find, which I'm excited for. Hey, Tear of Purity. I think I might have seen, you might want to ask and see if we already have the corrupted version of that. Because Tear of Purity is one that you could vol or vol to get a new unique, potentially. I think I already saw it's like Blood of Corruption or something like that. I think I might have already seen someone show it in global. But if not, could be a good one to corrupt. Okay, Aspirant's Trial, that's first lab. Assuming I don't die to a Zaro. That would be embarrassing considering how over-leveled I am for the normal lab.
My mana is gone.
The trap of tyranny is inescapable.
We have a normal one in the guild tab, should I vol it? Yeah, go for it. See if you could get lucky. And I do look at
Embrace our gifts.
let's see.
Rise, ascendant. For this is the ending that we
Ah, well, so what I'd do now is I would put that one in the guild tab, the unique collection, and if the one in the guild tab is not corrupted, you could try corrupting that too. Since we now have a, like, corrupted copy of it that's safe, that will count for the collection. Drop that, put away this. Already have it. Put away those for now. I mean, Wrath or Effect isn't nothing, but I don't know that Tear of Purity is one that anyone actually would want to use. So it's probably just dead. That's better than the other Tear of Purity. Oh, my text is messed up on these. The flavor text for Deadeye is Oman kan chan the word if a sin a arrow. I love the classic Deadeye flavor text. Know exactly what it means.
A woman can change the world with a single well-placed arrow.
Okay, so double checking. Yeah, seems fine to me. Yep, nothing's broken. All is well. Let me see order it suggests grabbing these. Okay. I should have grabbed Gathering Winds earlier in the campaign. It would have sped things up. And we get something on gloves. Better than nothing. And go do Crew Lab.
Why are you still standing?
See if there's any quests I forgot to
Watch yourself.
grab something from. Don't care about any of the skill gem rewards. Passive weight. I thought passive showed 0 out of 1 when you were missing a quest reward. Oh no, I need to figure out the total. Nah. Well, I can figure that out soon enough. We go. Oh, we are on leveling. What? Early mapping. Here we are. So this is what I'm wanting to work towards. I have the talk of this done.
Slash passives shows 0/1 if you beat Act 10.
Oh, after you beat Act 10. Got it. Yeah, I'll just beat Act 10 soon enough and it'll help me figure out what I'm doing next. So I'm not wanting to go Pierce, I'm wanting to pick up Chain. That will change that. I eventually path differently to this. Don't really see why. Don't think it matters. And grab flask effectiveness. This. Okay, so a lot of this looks very similar to what I have now. There's not a huge change. Okay, I do go for this next. I think that's one of the big things I still need to pick up. Thank you, Decor. I know I had seen it do the 0 of 1 before for things you were missing. I was confused why it definitively was not showing that.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Let me out. That probably wasn't important enough for a say. It's not a big deal. I'm not stressing it. Like, I probably wouldn't have in your shoes, but, like, I trust you guys to use your judgment with that, and that's not always going to exactly line up with my own, and that's okay. The stakes are not very high. Not getting demodded for using a say in a situation I wouldn't have. And even then, it's not like being mod on my channel's like a huge deal. If I take it away, I'm hurting myself more than I'm hurting you. I do appreciate the help. Dealing with some impatientness today, 3-year-old's been a handful. Understandable. I have very much had those hard parenting days before. I know how it is. Okay. This not the way I want to go. Let's see, the next one should be nearby, usually. now, I think there was only one exit if I remember right, so I just have to hug right wall and eventually see a door.
I'm not up to that just yet.
This way, maybe? Yep, Aspirant's Trial.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubt is that slumber should never be awoken.
My mana is gone.
Withstand the siege. Such resilience. Pity the emperor who sits alone.
Fine, that looks to be a pretty decent bleed axe. Okay. Need to find one more Trial of Ascendancy, not doing that slow puzzle. Least favorite puzzle in all of Lab. I think I saw Swifty is on, right? Yep. Might see if Swifty wants to do a lab once I get to Uber Lab. Could give Swifty a couple more Helm Enchant draws. Is this the right exit? Nope. Have one more lab between now and then, though. We have the TotA kill.
The empire awaits you with open jaws. Give no quarter. Your destination is more dangerous than the journey, Ascendant.
Switch.
That's hilarious. You haven't killed recently? Awesome. That's actually maybe a best in slot boot enchant for me, possibly. SD needs to get on so I could stack a 6-link from them. Fair. I think there's a few others you could potentially get in the meanwhile. SD's might be the preferred one, but any 6-link is better than none. Okay, so I grab that. When I looked earlier, I saw some, like, a 6-link int paste that I think Hannah had or something. Oh, you might need to switch the, like, buy type to any if you haven't already, and also I had switched to C. Sounds like you already are seeing people online. Maybe it ended up getting used. I think the other guild tab, guild stash also has a couple of 6 links possibly. So it could just be worth asking.
Can't see why I'd want to do that.
Let me see. Is it a int base you want? Numbers, invite to party. Which I assume means I'm about to get invited to numbers party because that's how this works. Oh, you want armor evasion, okay. Actually, yeah, I was about to suggest that would be great, Dime, if you're willing to. The thought occurred to me right as I was heading to the lab area. Thank you, Dime. I was going to settle for a armor, yes. Okay. Yeah, and like I'd definitely settle if that's what's available. Stole my build? How's it feel this league? What do you mean stole your build? Lightning arrow or something specific about it beyond that? Lightning arrow's feeling real good so far, but I am in like just finishing campaign. So I can't judge too much yet. Also, it's been a while. How are you doing, Slappins? Nice to see you again.
Ascend with precision.
I was looking at the dude with you, Poison SRS. Okay. Yeah, I was like, I don't remember you saying you were a Lightning Arrow enjoyer, but maybe. I wasn't confident enough to call you on it. Out to any didn't change anything, though no one is on. Yeah, I would ask in global and just see. Other guild is super helpful, and I think they have some just generally like useful things like 6 links and stuff floating around in their guild tab that wouldn't be on the trade website. Yeah, this build, Slappins, is going to be my Magic Find build for this league, and I'm very, very hyped for it. Looking like it'll be a lot of fun. It's a Lightning Arrow, Mana Forged Arrow build, which I don't have completely online yet, but will eventually have... this lets me through. We'll have 2 6 links. 1 6 link will be my main Lightning Arrow attack.
There must be a golden door.
Mana Forged Arrows will be set up on a 4 link so that it triggers, I think it was like Frenzy with Power Charge on crit and culling. And then the other 6 link's going to be another Mana Forged setup. Let me pull up the Uber Lab map real quick to see if one of these routes is much faster than the other. That's... oh, Merc Lab is its own thing. Got it. They are equal. But the other 6 link is going to be a Mana Forge setup triggering Lightning Arrow, Ice Shot, and Burning Arrow. So that I will be applying all of the elemental ailments, all of the default, like, standard elemental ailments at least, with my attacks. And then stacking a whole bunch of Magic Find on top of that as a base. Looking like it should be a super fun build. Save. This is a rough, like, patch of the build I'm basing it off of to kind of make it a little more group self-find viable. But it's enough to get the general idea. I haven't put in, like, all of the jewels I'll eventually get and stuff. But if you're curious, that's the build, and it's based off of... this is a 3.21 build by Snoobay that I'm basing my build off of, which shows a little bit more like the end game potential.
The weary traveler draws close to the edge as the sovereign who empowers the scepter, not the other way round.
So how have you been doing, Slappins?
I'm on it.
Are you a martyr?
The, still working the same jobs? That's still been going well for you?
By the goddess, what ambition! Sweep the trappings of past emperors aside. Make your empire anew.
Oh, just realized you were probably in ads. Was asking how you're doing, if still working the same job, and if it's still going well. Haven't had time to think about it. Still working this new job yet. Okay, you did hear. Another month and I'll be a company man. Cool. They meet my demands, that is. Do you have a list? Yeah, if you end up feeling Path of Exile at some point and having the time, we'd love to have you in the event if you decide you're interested in participating. I know time has been a challenge lately, though. But I am prepared to laugh at them if they offer me a 23-cent raise or something. Yeah, that is understandable. I have had companies try to pull that on me before, and I told them in no uncertain terms how I felt about that.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. The emperor to entertain doubt a world understands.
Okay. Not have passive tree open when Azaro has the potential to one-shot me, maybe.
See straight through my life. There's something in my chest that I can't hide.
Have you reached the threshold or not? You're not seeming to take damage, but you're not running back. There we go.
Loyalty is fire that spreads quickly if the forest is dry.
When I took the job, I really couldn't be picky about it, so I never asked what I was going to make an hour. Since then I found out. Is it not great, or sounds like you've stuck with it this long, and are considering sticking with it maybe for longer, so hopefully it's not too bad.
I'm not up to that just yet.
And obviously not asking you to share if you're, like anything if you're uncomfortable. Just, wording makes me think it's maybe not, exactly what you're hoping for. That's all. They released the numbers the other day. I found out I was doing the work of 2.5 people. They gonna pay me? Okay. I mean, hopefully. I have definitely run into workplaces that have like weird rules and like trying to nickel and dime around pay, which never a great sign, but if the company is a decent one and has any sense, if they're getting that much work out of you, they should be willing to pay for it.
My mana is gone.
Hey, an Orb of Unmaking. Shouldn't be needing a bunch of those. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me you're doing the work of 2.5 people with the sort of hours it sounds like you've been putting in.
Dark influences reside in dark places.
That would only slow me down.
Okay. So I need to clear up inventory a little bit. How far am I from... Okay, so I need to just find a different exit done with Merc Lab. Then I could TotA kill and reach out to Swifty for seeing if Swifty's interested in duoing a lab. Ooh. That will be in demand. We've got a bunch of Righteous Fire players. Spine bow. Is it any good? Not really. Nothing else us duo wanted. I don't think they had one. I mean, that's actually not dead for me. It's not great, but do I have a helmet I'd put that on? Maybe this? Have an open prefix? It does, so I could craft life too. Yeah, I like that helmet a lot. This one doesn't have life, but does have T1 rarity, bunch of armor. I'd need the strength for it. I think I'd do it on this one. So let me put a bunch of stuff away. I have 8 years of supervisor experience. It took them 6 weeks to look at my record, and they brought up the idea of it being in my future. So if I could just tell people what to do, that could make it worth it. Awesome. Yeah, I wonder if that might be a lower hour role possibly for you too. I know that's not like necessarily the case. Like management can be more hours, but with the sort of hours you're pulling right now, like maybe a managerial role will be a little less. Don't think I care about flasks. Sell that later. Okay, so I was wanting to grab a helmet, and that helmet is getting this on it. And that will be my new helmet. As soon as I get gear figured out. And then here, go for skills fire additional projectiles. And then before I Uber Lab, I need to kill Katava, which I am nearly to. It's just waiting till I got my labs done. Yeah, but I'm excited this league slappins. I am thinking very soon there's going to be a good chance I'll be doing party play with a Magic Find build with support, possibly DPS carry. Jacor's been talking about wanting to try out an Aura bot. Numbers is playing a Link bot, and Orange and Numbers have been playing together, with Orange being a DPS carry. So I might be able to slot in there possibly a little bit. Sounds like they'd need to do a little bit of changes to builds, perhaps. So we'll see if that ends up happening or not, but the idea of being able to do a like full party Magic Find culling setup in a private league sounds like a lot of fun. Also, Orange isn't going to be around as much forever. He's got to work again next week. Yeah, and I kind of figure that's probably going to be the case for you too at some point as well, right, Numbers? I know real life factors in here somewhere. Aisling Guff Vicious and Fortification. Vicious. None of them are fantastic. Don't care about Guff. Let's do Aisling. Aisling's already in here anyways. And remove Guff. Perfect. Played SRS with an Aura bot one time. It was nasty. Wait, people have real lives? Maybe. So I've heard. Ooh, that's huge. I'm sure others already had that craft, but that's one that I will definitely be wanting to use on some characters. My job's pretty forgiving, and I do a lot of work either in the early morning or evening. Yeah, I'll need to buckle down and actually get some shit done next week, yep. kind of figure. I've definitely had jobs that were that way too, but the like leniency only goes so far. What craft? I missed it. The prefix where I take some of my physical damage as cold and some as lightning, if I'm remembering the elements right. But it's a really, really good one defensively if you have extra like max resist on cold and lightning. Oh, awesome. Yeah, if you're needing that, I have it now. I'm paid to think, not produce. Yeah, and that's generally been some of the roles I've had as well, is like, especially when I'm more in like the like design architecture sort of space, it's like idea and like thought work kind of comes and goes as is normally. New Gravicious craft, if I recall correctly, right? I mean, I guess it would make sense for it to be one of the signature crafts, but I'm not certain whose signature craft it would be. I did get... Gravicious was one of the 3 that I killed. So that could make sense. But yeah, Decor, let me know if you end up wanting me to craft that on something for you. Old Gravicious was life as extra, yes, and was busted on Inquisitor, yeah. Have Fizz as fire on helm and Fizz as fire lightning on chest for endgame build. Perfect. Oh, and it's fire lightning. Those were the 2. This might be worth me very briefly just socketing this helm real fast. Shouldn't be very difficult colors to hit either. Yeah, man. Double check item level, it's good. There we go. And do I need this linked? I do. First try, colors. But yeah, it sucks that COVID tests are hard to find, was what you mentioned earlier. Sold out in most of Seattle. That's unfortunate. Also surprising, I know there's like a little bit of another wave going on from what I understood. I've heard a little bit recently. I've been a little out of the loop recently, but kind of crazy they're just sold out in a huge region like that. Called my pharmacy after trying 3 different delivery services and COVID tests being sold out of all 3. There's apparently no tests in the entire city. Sheesh. That's actually like wild. We've been producing tests for so long, like, and we've been out of the initial stage of shortages for so long. I might need to look into news a little bit and see like how big, if there's a new wave, like how big this new wave is. On 3 green and a blue, not 2 blue, 1 blue. This should not be a tough one to hit. Only need 1 off color. Come on. I'm about to look up what the average expected is here, because this is actually silly. 3 red, 1 blue. So it's possible to hit. I guess this does have more strength than Dex. Maybe I should look. Craft 1 blue on bench. Probably. Let me check. Verici chromatic calculator. So this is 8562. 4 sockets. I want 3 green, 1 blue. No, this the calculator is saying that just chromatic spam's the way to go, which was what my intuition was here. Almost half the average cost of the one. Oh, 1 green's next best? No. Oh, here we go. 1 blue. Yeah, so not quite half the cost, but definitely cheaper. The unbalance is actually not in my favor, though, which is interesting. Still comes out best just to chroma spam, apparently. But the average is expected to be 44, and I am definitely beyond that at this point. And this is my second time getting 2 green, 2 blue. My goodness. Eris variants running wild. The new booster's supposed to be out soon. Alright, yeah, I'll need to be looking into that. I've been pretty insulated recently with me streaming and staying in the house so much with health stuff and the streaming full time. Definitely been a little out of the loop. Hey, finally got it. That should not have been nearly that hard. Appreciate the offer numbers.
Can't see why I'd want to do that.
Okay, and Portal is still up. Good.
So I won't hold back, and you should know that was never good. Just I regret.
I shall strike you down.
My mana is low.
Oh, little got me to forget the time I lost.
Damage is feeling pretty decent for where I'm at. Especially considering I'm really not on good gear. Ooh, Bound Fate. I think that might have been... That's the one from TotA? I think we might have gotten that one a while back too, or seen it or something. Have to double check. All right. I ended up dropping in the campaign a, like, fairly decent for campaign quiver for this build. So I might just keep using Widow Hill for a little bit until I find, like, am able to craft a better bow. Got accuracy, which I need, crit strike multiplier, and this is going to be crit once I respec a bit. And some flat lightning to attacks. Oh, nope. I used my movement cooldown the wrong time. Crafted LE damage with attacks. Whole bunch of life, some resists. How are you feeling about the auto battler part of the league? So there are some UI and like UX improvements that it pretty badly needs. But as far as actually playing it, I find it fun to play. It was feeling not very like rewarding and necessarily worth the time. Like tattoos are amazing, and the fact that we're in a private league means it's worth running for the tattoos. But from what Numbers was saying before, there was a video that I got linked that is showing like you need to get to a certain amount of like whatever the progression is that you get as you get lots of wins. Once you get beyond a certain point, the rewards are supposed to get much better. And I think there's also a patch recently that is supposed to improve rewards too. Rewards got buffed today, yeah. That's what I understood. I think you mentioned it earlier, Numbers. I just haven't looked into the patch yet or played it since. But yeah, the auto battler feels pretty good to play. I enjoy it. Got like 160C, 2 div, 3 6 links, and 30 tattoos in a couple hours. Wow. Yeah, so that's definitely dramatically better. We aren't in deep depth. Okay. That's much better than I was seeing before, which is nice. Don't think I need to, but the exclamation point bothers me. So clear that real fast. And we're going for aspect of the links next. And so now passive should show. I am missing a handful because I was just kind of half paying attention through most of the campaign, talking with chat, not using notes or anything. Okay. I actually go to this town occasionally, so let's clear the annoying exclamation marks on them as well. So I am missing Puppet Mistress and Cloven one. These ones I beat and just did not turn in. Do you think about me? It might be. Let's see.
Why are you still standing there?
Good luck to you. There you going.
Up.
By the god, of course.
Okay, so done in those. Don't think I need the Calendar of Fortune. Oh, I forgot to turn in some quests here, I think. I think I remember doing Puppet Mistress, at least.
Stay sharp.
Maybe I'm mixing things up? Oh, yeah, I have not done Puppet Mistress on this character. Easy enough to fix. But yeah, the auto battler aspect of the league is fun. I've heard others mention, and I think I'm inclined to agree, it feels a little less like an auto battler and a little more like something like a MOBA or something. It doesn't play out quite like an auto battler would normally. But like other than that, like just looking at it like objectively of do I have fun playing it? Yeah, I absolutely do, and I think I've been really enjoying the league as a whole. game feels like it's in a pretty decent spot balance-wise. Nothing really changed that much from last league, so that makes sense. Last league was in a pretty decent spot balance-wise. Tattoos are super exciting. Have been fun to earn and fun to use. I wonder if this is one that I was like super distracted during, because I feel like so the area was explored on the map. It wasn't like I had not gone down this way at all. I think I actually did this fight, and I might have just like not gotten the kill or left it at like a little bit of health when it teleported away and been distracted, so I left. Supper's done, gonna lurk for a bit? Alright, Slappins, appreciate it. Or maybe forgot to talk to Sin. Would that not give me quest advancement? That could have been it. Okay, so there's aspect of the links. Next is the Cloven one, which is also Act 6, and that one is Prisoner's Gate. I feel like I also remember doing the Cloven one. I might have just been really bad at talking to Sin after. The Western Forest is not what I'm looking for. Want side area. I think it's like Valley of the Fire Drinker or something along those lines.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Maybe. There we go, Valley of the Fire Drinker. These are so much faster after you're over leveled for them. Just shoot it like 3 times and it's dead. Okay, and then I was missing some quests from earlier on.
Can't see why I'd want to do that yet.
I am missing Dweller of the Deep, surprising. And Marooned Mariner? What? I am missing some of the, like, weirdest, things for me to have skipped. Because Dweller of the Deep, I remember leaving a portal for. I must have just never, gone back for it. So, Dweller of the Deep, Submerged Passage. Yeah, I think I left a portal for it and explained why I left the portal and then just let it expire and forgot about it. Oops. That looks promising. There we go, Flooded Depths. Okay, so that should be another passive point.
I thought you were a fool for Goodbye.
Estelle, that one, and this
Can't see
one.
why I'd want to do that.
And that might be everything I was missing. Oh, Dweller of the Deep is Tarkleaf, apparently.
Damn. You managed.
There we go.
Got a job.
So I had run pretty much all of it. I think I just forgot to click on Sin and forgot to go back to one portal, and forgot to go back and pick up quest rewards from Act 1. That makes me feel a little bit better. When I saw so many missing, I was like, wow, did I just forget how to play the game? Didn't think my memory of where quests were was that bad. Okay, so now is where I look at resist. I'm no longer resist capped. I need cold resist. So I could do crafted cold resist somewhere. Don't think I have the life force for a resist transfer. Yeah, I could replace the crafted attack speed there with cold. Or I could just swap belts. Wonder how much damage I lose if I swap belts. Let's go new, import, and we are grabbing this character. And we are going to check this belt. I lose 20% of my combined DPS. Okay. So that's not ideal. I think I stay on the belt for a while longer, probably. It might actually be more than that, because this would not have this checked. Don't know how much longer you're streaming, but I'm running up to the gas station. If you're still going when I get back, I'll see you in a bit. Otherwise, thanks for the stream. Yeah, probably wrapping up soon, so we'll have to see. But appreciate it, Decor. So my current setup, enemy is burning, chilled, shocked. Do get frenzy charges. Number of gale force, let's just assume that's up. Would not have a source of onslaught right now, I think. Do get arcane surge. Do have tailwind. Am leeching. Have killed recently. This penalty is Act 10 now. Let's do that. Okay. And then I want to go to skills. Include that in full DPS. And include this in full DPS for now. And this. And that. Okay, so my full DPS is apparently under 200k. But now if I evaluate the belt would be minus a quarter of my damage. So that's not the solution. I think I just craft cold res on the ring and lose a little bit of attack speed. that should have that sorted perfect. And if I take this off, I am a little short on int. How short on int? I need 85. I have 44. Not making that up with a crafted int. Almost positive. Yeah, up to 30. So we're on this for a little bit longer. Actually, I have passive points. So I could grab this, and then I think a crafted int would be enough. Need 85, have 74. Perfect. So we craft int, and this would help with damage as well. Casually hit a max roll. Okay, so I do not have enough damage on my quiver to justify using Widow Hail for much longer. Oh, and I'm actually counting on Carnage Heart to stay res capped at the moment too. Yeah, I have a fair bit to figure out. Starting with bow. I do not have a good bow for this sort of thing. See how this quiver stacks up against the one I'm using now. Okay, so it's actually less DPS. Oh, because of the crafted LE with attacks, which I could craft on this too. So if I craft elemental damage with attack skills, this is a DPS upgrade, especially if it rolls really well. It's a mild one, but that would help with resist. So let's do that. It min-rolled. Still not amazing, but good enough, and I'm pretty much out of alks, I think. Did not have a lot of those going into this, yeah. Drop that there. Okay. So finding a bow upgrade is the priority. Pretty much everything else can wait. With the new quiver, how are my resists? Oh, now I'm fine on cold and needing lightning. But that is within range that crafted lightning could fix. Yeah. So we craft lightning. And we're good. That should help a fair bit.
I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the
Okay, June. Unveil a couple of these.
like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me.
And then so.
You everything, held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the
Spend a couple more passive points, and then we'll be mapping. What am I grabbing next? Grabbing Wind Dancer and working towards the life here. Evasion, evasion, evasion. That's pure armor, so I can't take the mastery until I replace my gloves too. So looking for bow, gloves, rings and amulet could also use some work. I don't need 2 Quicksilver flasks, so let's replace one of those with... Where are my flasks? There we go. A silver flask. And with some alterations, could hit something on here. Eventually I'll want crit strike chance. Not a terrible one, although at the moment I have precise technique. What is my accuracy? Oh, 1719, so I haven't been benefiting from that in a little while. Okay, now we'll benefit from the flask. And also, do we have a better Quicksilver? We do not have a particularly high eye level Quicksilver, so I can revisit that later. But I do think I am Stilling Orb this. So we go to Epilogue. I'm going to need to buy some Glassblower's Baubles. And then should have everything we need to have this be used when charges reach full. There we go. The rest of this I'll have to figure out later. Let's reach out to Swifty still on. Commented here a little while ago. Okay. I'm not sure I have a key. I might have given all my keys, yeah. Okay, so let me pull up the lab layout for today. I think it was a good one, if I remember right. Not Merc, Uber. Oh, never mind, it's not a good one. But I can do one, it'll work. Shortest path is 10 rooms. Gross. Secret passage isn't really all that useful. I mean, at least all the gauntlets and puzzles and dark shrines are on main path. But that's only because the main path covers pretty much every room.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Okay, we probably should be cautious of traps because I did not switch Pantheon. And traps could absolutely murder me if I'm not paying attention. Do not have enough health or enough fizz or bleed mitigation. I don't think I even have a bleed flask. Okay, so I've got a silver key. We don't hit the silver door rooms for a little while though. Okay. Swifty is heading up that way. I'll keep following this bottom wall to see where it takes me.
I'm not up to that just yet.
I'm trapped. Oh, it's apparently bottom edge. Okay. Hey, Darsoma, how's it going? I think this way's like the only way I haven't checked. Oh. What is this? I am very confused. Also, I'm out of life flash charges, so I need to be careful of the blades here. Ow. Okay, I'm chilling for a second. Okay, apparently I'm not spec'd into Rizlatha, which is surprising because you usually am at this point. I don't know what I'm spec'd into.
My mana is gone.
I need to be real careful here. There we go. Not too shabby. How's the league start been? League start has been pretty good. First character, Righteous Fire, was a little bit slow, but I just have barely got this character to maps now out of the campaign, and this is going to be a Magic Find character I'm very excited about. Sorry for the slow response. I was trying to not die and also figure out what the heck was going on with that layout, because I thought we were on a linear section. I didn't realize we were in the wrong room.
Those who stand should never outnumber those who kneel.
But yeah, League Start's been pretty good, and I've been really liking the League mechanic. What have you thought of the League mechanic so far?
Dark influences reside in dark places.
I heard it was buffed today. The rewards were buffed, which I'm excited to try out. I've been working on leveling this character, so I haven't played it yet since the buff. But it sounds like it was pretty substantial. This the right way? Yes. Now you're fine. Mine has been rough. Oh man. First build makes other people crash, so I had to stop playing that with my group. Next 3 builds just didn't turn out like I was expecting. Now doing a Righteous Fire Elementalist with big AoE for easy mapping. Okay. What was your first build that was causing people to crash? Oh, ad break, sorry. Shen Cry, Corrupting Cry, or Shatter. Okay. I'd have to look into it. Was it just a, like, do you know what it was about it that was causing crashes? Is it just very, like, fast, like lots of animations, or, is there anything about it that, stands out as being potentially problematic? Going to map with me in your game Alt F4s. That's not great. General Cry exerting attacks is what's causing it. Interesting. Hopefully that's a bug that gets fixed soon. I don't need to go down here. I'm just going for a key. Which I can get this way, probably. That's gold key here. There we go. I have not nearly enough regen, and my flasks start coming back. No, no, no! Ah!
Descend too quickly, the fall is inevitable.
Yeah, that was not the setup for lab. No word on it yet? Okay. Others are complaining about General's Cry, but with other abilities, you take the ability linked to it off and it stops. No word on it yet. I actually really like the new League mechanic. Hadn't gotten to do much of it because I've been leveling every day of the League so far. Yeah, that's rough. I'm sorry. Hopefully the build gets fixed. The Earth Shatter seems like potentially a good one for the League mechanic too. I've been wanting to get into like more stunning, like potentially try out like some sort of like big AoE stun sort of build that can lock things down a little bit more as I or a friend work on totems. Okay, so I was going to do something. I might just grab life in here. I know there's a respec at some point. Should probably figure out what that respec looks like. Okay, so yeah, the respec does go through this way. That makes sense.
Can't see why I'd want to do that to you.
It's actually really nice for the League mechanic, just can't do it with others on my main. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But I've been really enjoying the League mechanic too, it's a fun one. Hey Squirrel, how's it going? Okay, so lesson learned from last time. Let's respec into our Akali and Rizlatha, and that will help a lot. They did finally update the POV today, so I can actually POV the Corrupting Cry nice. I saw that there was an update. I haven't hit it yet. Just going to figure that out off stream. But I've been wanting to theory craft with some of the new stuff and haven't been able to. I did put some time into theory crafting a frenzy melee frenzy fire dot build, and had to do like a bunch of my own math to figure out some of the damage, or like figure out like how much more damage to add to the build and path of building to account for the new gems. And that was a big pain, and I wasn't going to do that again until path of building had the gems built in. Good, and you? I am doing pretty well right now. I am happy I finally am out of the campaign. Have a new character that's going to be my Magic Find character, which I still need to run some Legion and find a Timeless Jewel first. But once I have that, I should be ready to go. Let me quickly check message. Okay, we're good. Used Corrupting Fever and just set the level to be similar to Corrupting Cries, but it was still sucky, yeah. Yeah, so far the build's feeling pretty good, aside from the part where I just died in lab. Waiting for Swift Tanky to be done with, or Swifty to be done with the lab they're running. Probably try another duo if they're up for it. If not, it sounds like they might just get me a key either way. But the new build's exciting. I'm looking forward to it. Right now I'm just doing like generic lightning arrow. But the plan is to get something along these lines. This is a 3.21 build, and some of this is not realistic for aiming for in the private league. But the build I'm basing it off of has over 20 million damage, 20 million DPS, and has a huge amount of magic find. Very fast. It's also a lightning arrow build. Need to see in calcs. Should show the magic find in here. So this is almost 100% increased item quantity, over 400% increased item rarity. And I'm not quite going to be getting this, because this is assuming things like a massive thread of hope and a very specific timeless jewel and a few other things. But I updated it for 3.22 and removed all of the things that were like not very realistic to find and made a couple of changes to patch some issues. And it's not nearly as good, but it's looking like 9-ish million DPS is still pretty reachable with me like making some conservative assumptions on like I haven't put in a bunch of jewels yet and stuff like that. And this still ends up, and I removed like all the double corrupts I was expecting and everything, and it still ends up with some pretty solid magic find once I can figure out where that is. So 78% increased quant and like 450% increased rarity. And I probably won't get quite that much because I won't be getting like the 40% here, but I can get more from tattoos. But that's assuming a ton of rarity from a helm that I probably won't get a helm quite this good. But I'm looking forward to having this build online. It's going to be a lot of fun. A little bit of life regen would be nice too, like any life regen. I think I actually have 0. Which I might just have to live with for the sake of this lab. I don't think I'm fixing that before then. Oh, why don't I have life crafted on the helm yet? That was the plan. Oh, and I have Alex now. Embarrassing. Possibly that's the issue? No. Oh. That's kind of awkward. I need the helm to get the strength to put the helm on. I have a solution for this. There we go. Shaper 2 attempt went much better. Awesome, glad to hear it. Moved my uniques into Guild Stash and was pleasantly surprised that I actually had several. Awesome. Yeah, I'm going to be figuring out pretty soon here what plan is. I found out today that apparently you can make it so Guild Stash tabs are viewable through the Path of Exile website. And so I can make this visible from the website. Oh, Swifty's at the plaza, I should be moving. And have that be the official collection, where last league the official collection was a personal tab. Yeah, running lab. Running one lab and I'll be done. Love you, dear.
The goddess is watching.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Oh my goodness. Stun is an issue. Maybe I shouldn't have... Oh my goodness! Oh man, that's terrible.
Can't see why I'd want to do that here.
Okay, Lead Flask could be easy enough to figure out. And I'm guessing Swifty's probably wanting to finish out that lab, very reasonably so. Let's just get Bleed on this. Hit him with the Swifty one-shot macro, yeah. Yeah. If Swifty's planning on running that lab, which I would not blame them at all for doing, then I will probably just hitch a ride another day. I promised the wife one lab, I'm not going to make her wait through two.
Can't see why I'd want to do that here.
It's normal. Wow, throw me under the bus, dear. Okay. I think I stay on this because that stun locking was not good either. All right. Well, that was a very fast lab. Never finished a lab so quickly. It is true, you're right, dear. Let me figure out someone to raid. Really appreciate you all watching. I should be wrapping up, though. Anyone who's willing to stick around a little longer and participate in the raid, it'll help a lot to help support the channel. You'll get some channel points for it as well. Let me see who's online. Usually only takes me a minute or two to figure out who I'm raiding. go ahead and raid Travik. Checking in game. Still on Twink gear, so a little squishy. Alright, starting the raid. Appreciate you all. I am going to be streaming again tomorrow, same time period. As well as the day after. Sunday will be the next day I'm taking off. But tomorrow should be a bunch of mapping and hopefully getting into Legion and pushing to try to get some of the timeless jewels. Maybe get the one that I need to start doing Magic Find. But going to start the raid now. Appreciate you all. Hope you all have a great rest of your day, and I'll catch you on the next stream.